Chapter 980. Outside Xia Ningchang's room, the fat man Changbao was scolding Yang Kai, spittle flying everywhere. Lady Xia hasn't taken a single step out of her room for half a month, nor has she performed any alchemy. You really are a sinner. Hong Fong also scolded him without any trace of politeness. Kong Ruo, you coldly snorted, as a man, you should make your woman feel safe and reliable, not make her sad. You're not bad enough to be the holy master of 9 heavens holy land, but you're far from being a good husband. Even Du Wan, who had the best relationship with Yang Kai, hurriedly said, quickly find a way to coax her, don't make her too sad. At this moment, the 5 grandmasters all seemed to be standing on Xia Ningchang's side, trying their best to protect her while simultaneously pointing their spears at Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbstruck. He hadn't expected that the relationship between his little senior sister and the 5 grandmasters had reached such a level. He still remembered when the 5 grandmasters first came to the Holy Land, all of them shamelessly wanting to stay and watch him perform alchemy, hoping to learn from him. During that time, he had won the respect of the 5 grandmasters. But now, in the eyes of the 5 grandmasters, Xia Ningchang's status was far higher than his. Ah! Yang Kai opened his mouth, but before he could defend himself, he was interrupted by Hong Fong. Hong Fong squinted at him and said with displeasure, "Little brat, I heard you insisted on going to Starfield this time to pursue a woman. What kind of woman can compare to Lady Xia? And Lady Xia is already the best girl in the world, don't just eat from the bowl while looking at the pot. Lady Xia is kind, gentle, considerate, pure and innocent. I really don't understand why she would fall for a little bastard like you." Another round of scolding, Yang Kai was left speechless. "Lady Xia, don't be sad." Kong Ruoyuk suddenly shouted into the room, "It's fine if you don't want such a half-hearted man. Another day, this old one will introduce you to someone. Although that person can't compare to Yang Kai, he can be considered a dragon among men." Yang Kai's expression darkened as he said, "Old Kong, if you don't want anything to happen to that person, it's best not to let him come to the Holy Land." Kong Ruoyu glared. "What? If you're allowed to be half-hearted, why can't you let Miss Xia choose?" "That's not what I meant." Yang Kai found it difficult to explain himself. He really didn't know why these 5 masters were so bored that they would interfere in the love between a man and a woman. Creak, the door opened. In the darkness, Xia Ningchang appeared in front of everyone. Her beautiful eyes were as bright as stars, without a trace of impurity. However, everyone was sensitive enough to notice that her eyes were a little red and swollen. "Don't speak ill of junior brother." Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz as she faintly glanced at Yang Kai and bit her lip, "and the person junior brother is looking for is senior sister Su Yan. Senior sister is very good." "Hey, great aunt, you've finally come out," Changbao shouted, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he asked Xia Ningchang about her well-being. "Junior brother, come in and talk." Xia Ningchang pulled Yang Kai into the room. Yang Kai turned around and squeezed out a smile towards the 5 grandmasters. "Grandmasters, you should also rest early." Not waiting for them to answer, he quickly closed the door behind him. "This smelly brat." Hong Fong touched his nose and couldn't help smiling. "Good, since Yang Kai is here, there shouldn't be any problems." Duan smiled, "Everyone should go back and rest." The grandmasters were all experienced people and naturally understood the bitterness in Xia Ningchang's heart. Just now, she had mercilessly reprimanded Yang Kai in order to arouse Xia Ningchang's sympathy and force her to come out. Young people, if they had any problems, they could just open up and discuss them. Inside the room, after the grandmasters had left, Yang Kai looked towards Xia Ningchang apologetically. "I'm going to look for Su Yan. I was going to tell you when I came back," he said. "I know." Xia Ningchang gently nodded. I won't stop you, I'm just a little reluctant to part with her. Saying so, her eyes filled with tears again and she threw herself into Yang Kai's arms, burying her head in his chest. As her tears soaked Yang Kai's clothes, Xia Ningchang's voice came out, You don't have to worry about this place, you must find Su Yan and bring her back. And Yang Kai nodded heavily as he pulled his beautiful woman into his arms, the two of them tightly pressed against each other. Feeling the softness and heat of her body, Yang Kai surprisingly didn't feel any ripples in his heart, only a strong sense of reluctance and guilt. Xia Ningchang seemed to see through his concerns and softly said, You don't have to feel guilty, because I know that if Master takes me to Starfield, you will also come to find me, right? Yes. Yang Kai hugged her tightly, feeling gratified by his little senior sister's understanding. And I also believe that you will be able to find her. Xia Ningchang suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes curved into crescents. Why? Because you've already found us once. Xia Ningchang said with a look of deep conviction, This time, you definitely won't fail. If two people are destined to be together, then no matter how far apart they are, no matter how much time has passed, there will always be a time when they will be together. That was what I thought in the past, and that was what I believed. Then, when I was at my most isolated and fated moment, you. As she spoke, Xia Ningchang's voice became softer, as if she had reached an embarrassing point and found it hard to continue. What about me? Kai Yang stared at her intently, the corners of his mouth forming a strange smile. Xia Ningchang's face was full of embarrassment, her eyes drifting as her small hands grabbed Yang Kai's clothes, her voice so low it was almost inaudible, You appeared like a hero. As soon as she said this, her little senior sister's cheeks flushed red, as if blood was about to drip out, and her tender body became even hotter. She was not the kind of person who could let go, nor was she the kind of person who could reveal all the words in her heart. Revealing her true feelings like this was already her limit. She suddenly recalled that year in the 9-yin mountain valley, in order to obtain the 9-yin yuan condensing dew, she and Yang Kai had gone together, but they had been ambushed. In that one-person mountain wall, when she was in extreme danger, Yang Kai stood in front of her and fought bravely. At that time, that figure was not as heroic as it was now, and even seemed a little weak, but it stood tall like a mountain, shielding her from all the wind, rain, and danger. It was at that time that that figure quietly broke into her heart, took root and sprouted in a young girl's heart, and tugged at her heartstrings. Every time she thought of that scene, Xia Ningchang's heart felt as if it was filled with honey, warm and sweet. After being separated from Yang Kai for more than 10 years, she had followed her master everywhere, and had seen countless dragons among men. Among them, there was no lack of young heirs of large sects and clans, who openly expressed their love for her. But she had always been the same, and her heart had never wavered for any man. She had always been waiting. Finally, her wish came true. When her master was trapped, she could not find a way out, and she was in despair and helplessness. That figure once again appeared in front of her, pushing away the dark clouds that had covered all her hope, and letting her see the endless light of dawn. At that moment, she felt that even if she died immediately, it would be worth it. No one could understand the excitement and joy in her heart at that time. Now, he was going to leave, and all she needed to do was wait. Wait in happiness and expectation. She felt that she did not lack patience. Even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the seas turned into mulberry fields, she would still wait. As her body became light, Xia Ningchang could not help but cry out. When she reacted, she found that she had been carried by Yang Kai. His arms were strong and powerful, and his arms made her feel comfortable, like the most peaceful harbor. She could not help but relax, and all her fatigue disappeared. Junior brother, what are you doing? Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's chirp. She found that Kai Yang had a meaningful smile on his face as he gazed at her affectionately. Step by step, he led her towards the direction of the bed. Under that tender gaze, Xia Ning Chang felt like she was melting snow at the beginning of spring, about to melt. She vaguely realized something, and her heart beat violently, her breathing became rapid, and her delicate body surged with an astonishing amount of heat. Young Kai was still smiling strangely, soundless and mysterious. That smile made Xia Ning Chang involuntarily close her beautiful eyes, bite her red lips, and turn her head, not daring to look into Yang Kai's eyes. As her body became light, Xia Ning Chang found herself lying on the bed. Outside the window, the bright moonlight poured down and illuminated her body. Yang Kai sat on the edge of the bed, staring at this beautiful scene in a daze, his big hand gently stroking his little senior sister's hair. Little senior sister, do you remember when we were in High Heaven Pavilion? One night, when I came back from a trip, I found you sleeping on my bed. Yang Kai suddenly asked. Xia Ning Chang slowly opened her eyes and whispered, that was a long time ago, I don't remember. How could she not remember? It was just too embarrassing, so she didn't dare admit it. That day, she had brought a message to Yang Kai. At that time, the two of them weren't familiar with each other and hadn't exchanged many words. As a result, she had been waiting in the wooden house, but Yang Kai hadn't come back. As she waited, she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found Yang Kai standing on the edge of the bed, looking at her with an infatuated gaze. Xia Ning Chang didn't know when he came back, but she still clearly remembered that at that time, Yang Kai's gaze didn't have the slightest obscenity, only amazement. He didn't seem to have the heart to wake her up. At that time, it was almost exactly the same as it is now. Yang Kai's voice was gentle and his gaze was infatuated, the moonlight poured down on your body, and the sapphire on your forehead reflected a dense light. At that time, junior brother was amazed by you, and at that time, junior brother was very envious. He didn't know who would be lucky enough to have you in the future, but he didn't know that the lucky person would actually be me. The sincere and tender words were like a sharp sword, piercing through the defenses of little senior sister's body and mind, causing her to lose her way in these sweet words. She couldn't see the exit, and there was only a huge energy called happiness flowing around her. Her eyes blurred, her delicate earlobes became dark red, and her pink neck glowed with a strange red light. Her heart beat rapidly and powerfully, and her body surged with bursts of heat. She looked at Yang Kai with an expectant gaze, and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yang Kai's neck. She fell in an instant. Chapter 981. In the side room, on the fragrant bed, Xia Ning Chang was in a daze. Yang Kai didn't make a move on her, but those words full of tenderness and sweetness made her let go of the defenses of her body and mind. Her whole body was like floating in the clouds, floating up and down with the wind. Her delicate body unconsciously twisted, and a suppressed moan came from her throat. Her beautiful eyes were blurred, and her eyes were unfocused. Her pretty face was filled with great satisfaction. Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her eyes, her small nose. His movements were very careful, as if he was treating the most exquisite piece of art. He didn't make any excessive movements. She turned her head, and her small and delicate earlobes were as red as blood. She whispered in a trembling voice, "Junior brother, before you leave, remember my appearance, okay?" Yang Kai was startled, and then gently nodded. It had been more than 10 years since he met Xia Ning Chang, but he had never seen his little senior sister's true appearance. No matter when or where, his little senior sister always covered her face with a thin veil, so that no one could see her true appearance. At the beginning, Yang Kai was very curious about what kind of appearance she had, but as time passed, Yang Kai didn't care. Whether her appearance was devastatingly beautiful or not, his little senior sister would always be his little senior sister, and no one could replace her. She had the purest pair of beautiful eyes in the world, and that was enough. Unexpectedly, before they left, Xia Ningchang took the initiative to ask, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't refuse. Saying that, Xia Ningchang took the initiative to remove the veil covering her face. A cool breeze blew through the window, blowing the veil to the other side of the bed. Xia Ningchang closed her eyes and nervously straightened her head, so that her face was exposed to Yang Kai's gaze. Yang Kai carefully looked at her, and his body suddenly shook, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Even though he was mentally prepared, the moment he saw Xia Ningchang's face, he couldn't help but lose his composure. The little senior sister's appearance wasn't the most beautiful that Yang Kai had ever seen. Whether it was Su Yan or Shan Qing Luo, they were all comparable, but she had her own unique temperament. Just like Su Yan's coldness and Shan Qing Luo's seductive charm, the little senior sister had a pure and holy temperament. It was as if the 20-odd years of life had not left a single trace on her. She had a delicate nose, rosy cheeks, and delicate lips. Her face was completely red without any makeup, and her skin was as tender and white as snow. She was no different from most beauties. Every part of her body was exquisite and flawless. However, when these delicate and flawless body parts were put together, an unexpected change occurred. Her holy and innocent temperament intertwined, making Yang Kai feel that she was awe-inspiring and inviolable, but also ignorant of worldly affairs. Kai Yang had traveled far and wide for so many years, and had seen countless beautiful women, but he had never met a woman like Xia Ningchang, who gave him such a strong visual impact. The moment he saw her face, Yang Kai's heart surged with an irrepressible impulse. He wished he could hug Xia Ningchang tightly, rub her into his body, take her with him, and never let her leave him. With this thought, Yang Kai hurriedly took a deep breath, suppressing the throbbing, and a suspicious look appeared on his face. He wasn't a person without self-control. On the contrary, he was a man who could restrain himself and restrain his actions. He was a man with considerable self-control. He still had that thought. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of reaction other men would have if they saw Xia Ningchang's face. With his departure imminent, this was the only thing he could do, so he didn't want to leave any regrets. The sheets gradually became wet. Little senior sister no longer had the ability to think independently. Her mouth unconsciously murmured, and her delicate body twisted, making a strange sound. The skin all over her body glowed with a strange red light. Yang Kai mounted his horse, raised his spear, and began to charge. His movements were gentle and soft. The entire Holy Master Court seemed to be shrouded in spring, making the withered trees come back to life and flowers bloom. Outside the Holy Master Court, a beautiful figure stood quietly, her beautiful eyes staring forward with a complicated expression. Another beautiful figure slowly walked over, and Ling, carrying a lantern, approached her without her noticing. It wasn't until Ling, lightly coughed that she suddenly woke up, her tender body trembling like a frightened rabbit, and her face immediately flushed red. "Lady Qiu, why aren't you resting so late?" And Ling looked at Qiu Yimeng suspiciously, not knowing why she was standing here. "I'm going to rest." Qiu Yimeng glanced in the direction of the Holy Master Court and hurriedly replied. "Are you looking for the Holy Master for something?" And Ling saw some clues and smiled understandingly. "If you have something to say to him, just go in. You're not an outsider, he shouldn't be resting yet." No. Qiu Yimeng quickly waved her hands. I have nothing to say to him, I just came to see the stars." "See the stars?" And Ling looked up at the sky and chuckled. "The moon is bright tonight, there don't seem to be many stars." Qiu Yimeng suddenly blushed. "The Holy Master will probably leave tomorrow and we don't know when he will return. If we miss this opportunity tonight, we don't know how long we'll have to wait. What do you think, Lady Chiu? And Ling seemed to understand Chiu Meng's thoughts and couldn't help persuading her. I really didn't come here to see him. Chiu Meng looked embarrassed. And Ling continued to smile meaningfully and was about to say something when she suddenly heard a strange sound, causing her brow to wrinkle as she listened carefully. Chiu Meng also noticed and immediately sat up, her ears perked up. A moment later, the two women's faces turned red as they glanced at each other, both feeling very embarrassed. Ahem. And Ling lightly coughed, since there's nothing to do, I'll accompany Lady Chiu to see the stars. She was too embarrassed to return to the Holy Master Court, so she sat down and pretended to look up at the sky. Chiu Meng nodded and sat down next to her. The two of them didn't say a word, but their hearts were beating violently. Not far away, strange sounds poured into their ears like demonic sounds, making their bodies uncomfortable. They couldn't help but clamp their legs together, and their delicate bodies tensed up. The sky's pretty good. And Ling said. N. Chiu Meng gently nodded and agreed absent-mindedly. The sounds and movements on the other side seemed to be getting louder. The two women felt a warm current rolling in their lower abdomens. When the night wind blew, the area between their legs was unexpectedly cold and uncomfortable. It was a patch of mud. That cold feeling made them feel even more sensitive. I really couldn't tell. And Ling said with a speechless expression. Couldn't tell what? Chiu Meng turned and asked. Such a quiet girl, how come she's so crazy now, haha. Chiu Meng didn't know what to say. Aren't you going in? And Ling bit her red lips and suddenly said, now is a good time to go in, you don't have to say anything. Ah. Chiu Meng was startled and blushed with embarrassment, how could I? What's there to be embarrassed about? If I were you, I would rush in now and teach him a lesson. And Ling urged, wanting to see the world burn. No. Chiu Meng waved her hands, I can't do such a thing. Chapter 982. Doing so would be akin to a beggar begging for the love of others. Chiu Meng couldn't bring herself to do such a thing. Don't be afraid, I support you. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. And Ling continued to entice her. Chiu Meng seemed to be moved by her words, but after thinking carefully for a moment, she suddenly shook her head and stood up. Wait for him to come back, the next time he comes back. I won't let him go again. Good night, sisterin, I'll go back to rest first. Hey, don't go, I'll be alone. And Ling raised her hand and called out, but Chiu Meng soon disappeared. The next day, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang walked out of the Holy Master Court together. Outside the Holy Master Court, there was a dense crowd of people, including the leaders of the various forces from the Great Han Dynasty, the Yang family brothers and elders, the Holy Land elders, several great commanders of the ancient demon clan, 20 to 30 saint-grade alchemists, the old man of Heaven's Keep, Li Rui, and Zhai Yao. All of them seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to appear. Seeing him come out, all of them cast meaningful glances towards him. Xia Ningchang blushed and couldn't help shrinking behind Yang Kai, her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Anyone could see that Xia Ningchang was radiant at this moment, even more beautiful than before, as if she had been nourished by something. All of them were experienced, so they were well aware of this. Yang Kai laughed and cupped his fists, how come everyone is here? To see you off. Li Lao stepped forward, you're leaving today, right? And Yang Kai nodded, many thanks to all of you. There's no need to say too much, be careful on the road. If things go south, return as soon as possible. Li Lao said concisely. I'll keep that in mind, Yang Kai replied seriously. The fourth Master Yang and his wife also came up. Dong Suju had a look of reluctance on his face as he repeatedly reminded Yang Kai. Brat, you must come back safely. Ning Cheng, more than anyone, doesn't want anything to happen to you. Meng Wuya lowered his voice and whispered into Yang Kai's ear. I know, Yang Kai promised with a serious face, I won't make little senior sister sad. I hope you can do it. Meng Wuya took a deep breath. Saying goodbye to familiar people one after another and listening to their concern for him, Yang Kai felt warm inside and out. After exchanging a few more words with the elders of the Holy Land and bidding farewell to Li Rong and the others, Yang Kai arranged everything before kissing his little senior sister's forehead and whispering vows of undying love into her ear before summoning his star shuttle and disappearing. He embarked on a new journey. Everyone waved goodbye to him in front of the Holy Master Court. After Yang Kai's figure gradually disappeared, Elder Yuing sighed faintly, Ling, don't cry, the Holy Master will definitely come back. Who's crying? And Ling was confused. Then why are your eyes so red? Yuing chuckled, thinking she was too embarrassed to admit it. My eyes are red because... And Ling opened her mouth, but recalling what happened last night, she couldn't bring herself to continue. Glancing at the veiled, tearful Xiao Ling, and Ling couldn't help admiring her. Last night, she had stood outside the Holy Master Court and stared at the stars. The spirit and physical strength of those two were simply too abundant. What was even rarer was that this Xiao Ling was still glowing so early in the morning. And Ling couldn't figure out why this was. Yang Kai left. A few days later, the ancient demon clan also left Nine Heavens Holy Land under the leadership of Li Rong and the other great commanders, heading towards the demon land in accordance with their previous agreement with Zhang Yuan. The old demon also accompanied them. After all, he was also a member of the demon race, so only in the demon land would he have the best cultivation environment. Moreover, with his special circumstances, it wouldn't take him more than 10 or 20 years to reach the Third Order Saint Realm and become the next demon general of the demon land. The Hu sisters also left the former site of War Spirit Temple and went to Twin Spirit Pavilion to cultivate. Meng Wuya remained in Nine Heavens Holy Land, guarding the Nine Heavens. At the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various forces of the Great Han Dynasty took advantage of the materials and resources sent over from Nine Heavens Holy Land to develop themselves. Nearly 30 Saint Great Alchemists now regarded Nine Heavens Holy Land as the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild, none of them willing to leave because Li Lao had informed them that he and his disciple would settle down here in the future and would no longer wander the world. Li Lao also became the chief alchemist of Nine Heavens Holy Land. With Li Lao and Xia Ning Chang here, how could these Saint Grade alchemists be willing to leave? All of them found excuses and reasons to stay here. In an instant, Nine Heavens Holy Land became the most powerful force in the entire Tongxian realm, eclipsing all other sects and families. Everything was flourishing. Star Field was vast and boundless. Inside the cold and dark territory of the Star Field, Yang Kai controlled his star shuttle and continued to move forward. He had come to Star Field from the entrance of Ice Sect because Ice Master Qingya had brought Su Yan into the territory from there, so Yang Kai hoped to find some clues. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He didn't know where to go, nor did he know where to find other life forms. The only thing he was certain of was that in this dark and cold star field, there were indeed other life forms. This was how the Bone Race had set foot on Tongxian realm. Yang Kai hoped that one day he would be able to find some traces of life. His star shuttle bloomed with a blue light and flashed through the vast star field, creating a thin light curtain that enveloped Yang Kai, preventing the star field from eroding his body. Without his star shuttle, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the star field, and he would have had to constantly consume his own strength to resist the huge pressure of the star field. Compared to this, the amount of energy required to control his star shuttle was undoubtedly much smaller. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been drifting in the star field, but his first-order Saint Realm cultivation had been completely stabilized and he had even been cultivating on his star shuttle for some time. However, he hadn't found anything special. Yang Kai's experience was similar to great demon gods when he first explored the star field. He had broken through the star field storms and set foot in an asteroid sea. Wherever he passed, there was no trace of life left behind. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling confused. He didn't know what kind of end would await him if he continued to explore like this. Perhaps he would forever be lost in this star territory, growing old and dying alone. However, he wasn't ready to give up, because Su Yan was still somewhere in this star territory. One day, when he had nothing to do, Yang Kai took out the demon mystic tome and let his star shuttle fly as he quietly examined it. Since obtaining this demon mystic tome, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. Yang Kai also knew that his current achievements were inseparable from this demon mystic tome. From this demon mystic tome, he had obtained the unyielding golden skeleton, the demon eye of annihilation, and the inheritance of great demon god. Before great demon god died, he seemed to have arranged a life path for Yang Kai. But today, Yang Kai had finally embarked on the same goal as great demon god in his later years, exploring the star field. It was also at this moment that Yang Kai had jumped out of Great Demon God's original arrangement. Yang Kai believed that in the near future, he would surpass Great Demon God and achieve what he had failed to do in the past, surpassing his master. While contemplating, Yang Kai suddenly froze and frowned as he stared at the demon mystic tome in his hand. He found that from all directions, wisps of light from the stars had turned into streams of energy and were pouring into the demon mystic tome. At the same time, the divine tree, which had been placed inside the demon mystic tome, suddenly sent a message. Yang Kai listened carefully and nodded in response, "I'll come in right away." Saying so, his soul avatar suddenly transformed into the demon race mystic tome and carefully examined the source of the light from the stars. It turned out to be the two pitch-black round stones. These two strange pitch-black round stones had caused Yang Kai too many doubts. Even now, he still didn't know what these two stones could be used for. They had absorbed the essence of a large number of ores, and on the surface of the round stones appeared lines similar to the meridians of a human body. There seemed to be a rhythmic movement coming from them. It was as if they had a life of their own. At this moment, the energy pouring in from the star field was being absorbed by these two pitch-black round stones. After absorbing the power of the stars, the lines on their surface became more and more condensed and the movement coming from them gradually increased. "I feel like they have a life of their own," the divine tree suddenly said. The divine tree suddenly sent out a message. It had been inside the demon mystic tome for a long time and had spent a lot of time observing these two pitch-black round stones, so it was much more familiar with them than Yang Kai. "The feeling they give me is very similar to this shimmering moon grass." "You mean they also count as world spirit objects?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Who knows? Why don't you cut them open and take a look?" the divine tree suggested. "I don't think so. If they really are world spirit objects, cutting them open would be too wasteful." Yang Kai shook his head. "They are already very different from before. Continue to monitor them and tell me immediately if there is anything wrong." "I know," the divine tree responded. No matter what they were, Yang Kai believed that as long as he waited patiently, he would be able to figure out the truth one day. Not in a hurry to take back the demon mystic tome, Yang Kai simply left it outside and allowed the power of the stars to pour into the two pitch-black round stones. Yang Kai continued forward. Not far ahead, there was another energy storm that engulfed a large area. Yang Kai frowned and reluctantly circulated his Saint Chi, preparing to break through the danger ahead. Since he stepped into the star field, this kind of situation had become a common occurrence. Unlike when he first broke through to the transcendent realm, when he had to break through to the star field, Yang Kai was now able to ignore the disturbances of the star field's energy storms with his current cultivation and physical strength. As the storm hit, Yang Kai leisurely rode his star shuttle through it, his expression calm. Countless large and small meteorites were swept up in the storm, increasing its power. Yang Kai's eyes were suddenly attracted by one of the meteorites and his figure flickered as he stepped onto it. After carefully examining it for a while, his body shook violently as he revealed an extremely excited look. Chapter 983. Standing on the meteorite, Yang Kai's expression was filled with excitement as he looked around. There were traces left behind by living creatures everywhere. There were actually traces left behind by living creatures on this meteorite. Yang Kai was so excited that he had almost begun to feel confused, not knowing where to go, but at this most critical moment, he had found a piece of information that lifted his spirits. His eyes suddenly became firm, no longer filled with confusion as he began to carefully investigate these traces. The meteorite Yang Kai was standing on was almost the size of a small hill, and there were many other meteorites of different sizes scattered around it, forming a sea of meteorites. Under the influence of the star field storm, these meteorites were shuttling back and forth endlessly through the star field. There were many potholes on this huge meteorite, none of which were naturally formed. Instead, they seemed to have been left behind by a series of energy collisions. There were also some neat cuts that seemed to have been made by swords. Someone fought here. Yang Kai understood. Inferring from these traces, the time of the battle was not too long ago, maybe a dozen days ago, maybe a month or two ago, at most no more than 3 months ago. Otherwise, these traces would have already been smoothed out by the violent storm in the star field. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene of the battle, but what surprised him the most was that the strength of the people who fought here did not seem to be too high. This gave him a sense of reassurance. As a newcomer, he was also afraid that he would encounter a master who was too strong. Looking past the oncoming storm in the star field, Yang Kai looked deeper into the star field before immediately summoning his star shuttle and flying off in the opposite direction of the storm in the star field. The storm in the star field had come from that direction, which meant that the creatures who fought on the meteorite at that time might still be in that direction. Although the probability was small, it was worth a try. Yang Kai flew at full speed, releasing his divine sense to the maximum extent, not missing any meteorite that passed by him. From these meteorites, he really found some clues, all of which indicated that he was getting closer and closer to the creatures he was tracking. Yang Kai pushed his star shuttle even harder. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he passed through the dark and cold star field, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he stared blankly ahead. In front of him, in the vast star field, another vast and boundless territory appeared before his eyes. Star field was beautiful. Countless stars flickered with a moving luster, radiating vitality. He seemed to have arrived at the other end of star field. The beauty on this side and the deathly stillness on the other side were in stark contrast. Numerous large and small stars have been born in this territory since ancient times. They flew and rotated around a certain position in a special pattern. Colorful lights illuminated the entire star territory. Some of the stars were burning like fire, exuding a scorching heat. Yang Kai had no doubt that the power contained within those stars was enough to make any living being shrink back, unable to even approach them. Anyone who got close to it would be melted. This scorching power poured into Yang Kai's body, making him feel extremely comfortable. This was the power of the Yang attribute. There were also some stars that were extremely cold, like huge balls of ice. The surrounding cold air covered these frozen stars, causing the surface of these stars to be covered in an icy aura visible to the naked eye. This aura seemed to be able to freeze the entire universe. There were also some stars that were completely green, very different from the other stars. They were not round, but rather umbrella-shaped. They looked like huge trees, exuding a rich wood attribute aura. They were like huge trees, standing proudly in the middle of Star Field. Kai Yang's eyes were dazzled, unable to take it all in. He finally saw the splendor of this star territory with his own eyes. The huge amounts of energy emitted from the various stars gathered here, causing the world energy aura in this territory to be extremely rich. Any blessed land or holy land on Tongxian realm would be insignificant compared to this. Cultivating here for a year could even be compared to cultivating in other places by several times or dozens of times. Yang Kai's pores opened involuntarily as he closed his eyes and greedily absorbed the world energy around him, his physique wriggling as his expression filled with joy. He even thought about entering retreat here for a while. Although he knew that this idea was somewhat unrealistic, he was reluctant to give up on the rich world energy here. Just as he was hesitating though, the divine sense he released suddenly detected signs of a life form intruding. Yang Kai quickly withdrew his divine sense and opened his eyes, looking in that direction in surprise. He had discovered the other party, but the other party seemed to have discovered him as well, because the moment he withdrew his divine sense, two other divine senses that were not inferior to his own also spread out. Two people. And their strength wasn't too high, only second or third order saints. In the end, this was star territory, two people he had casually encountered were all saints. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit emotional, but the other party's cultivation also made him feel relieved, because even if these two people wanted to harm him, he wouldn't be powerless to fight back. Thinking so, Yang Kai quickly summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the location of the two people. Encountering these two people was not easy, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to inquire about their whereabouts. It would be best if he could find out where the other party was gathering. Contrary to his expectations, when he approached the two people, they seemed to be flying towards him at high speed as well. This discovery made Yang Kai somewhat vigilant. With their cultivation, they should have already noticed his strength, so if they had malicious intentions, it wouldn't be difficult to explain why they would act like this. Kai Yang didn't shrink back, but he still maintained his vigilance as he approached, because he urgently needed a beacon to guide him in the right direction. A moment later, a blue light appeared in front of him, one that was very similar to his star shuttle. Yang Kai came to a stop and the blue light also stopped not far in front of him. In the next moment, two pairs of bright and beautiful eyes turned towards him. Yang Kai discovered that the two people who had just entered the range of his divine sense were actually two women. Both of them wore white robes and had elegant temperaments. Their looks were also quite good, their figures were graceful, and both of them had the same sword-shaped symbol engraved on their chests, so they should be from the same force. The two of them were standing on the same star shuttle. Yang Kai observed them for a while and nodded secretly, realizing that what the Bone Race leader Kaluo had said was true. In star territory, star shuttles weren't rare, after all, they were artifacts used to travel, so they were quite common. However, the other party's star shuttle was obviously of a higher grade than his own, whether it was the materials used to refine it or the energy fluctuations coming from it. Star shuttles should also have different grades. Yang Kai secretly guessed, at the same time putting on a harmless look, nodding lightly to the two women and greeting them, "Hello." The woman standing in front gently nodded, her pretty face staring at Yang Kai with some vigilance, but Yang Kai's cultivation was lower than hers, so she didn't show any signs of panic. On the other hand, the younger woman standing behind her swept her beautiful eyes curiously towards Yang Kai, appearing somewhat unscrupulous and mischievous. "Elder sister, is he from that side?" The little beauty asked softly, "Why do I feel like I've never seen him before?" "His cultivation is too low, so he shouldn't be." The big beauty standing in front slowly shook her head, "But you should still be careful." And the little beauty nodded firmly. "Hello." The two exchanged a few simple words before the big beauty standing in front gently opened her mouth. "It's like this, we don't have any malicious intentions, we just want to ask you for a favor, so please don't be too nervous." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his brow and grinned, "I'm not nervous, it just so happens I also want to ask you for a favor." "You also want us to help?" The big beauty's brow furrowed. And Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Since we all have our own needs, how about we help each other? Of course, it should be within the scope of our respective abilities, don't force others." Yang Kai was really afraid of owing others a favor, so the other party's words were exactly what he wanted. When the big beauty heard this, she turned her head in disgust with the little beauty standing behind her in a low voice. After a moment, she said, "Okay. You first, what do you want me to help with?" Yang Kai took the initiative to speak, clearly in a good mood. "Can you let us make a copy of your star?" The big beauty asked. "Star?" Yang Kai was startled. "What star? What else could a star be?" The big beauty's brow also wrinkled, feeling that Yang Kai's words were a bit inexplicable. "You don't have a star?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Who are you trying to fool?" The little beauty standing behind the star shuttle shouted, "If you don't have a star, how could you come here? Don't think we're easy to bully just because we're women." She shouted angrily, waving her fists at Yang Kai as she spoke, as if she was certain that Yang Kai was deceiving them. "I didn't bully you," Yang Kai was surprised. "You don't have the ability, be careful I don't beat you up and snatch your star, you don't know what's good for you," the little beauty snorted. "He meow." The big beauty called out. The little beauty curled her lips and said, "Elder sister, he looks like a decent person, but why is his mouth full of lies? Maybe he's from that side and came here to delay us." Hearing what she said, a trace of vigilance appeared on the big beauty's face as she stared deeply at Yang Kai and shouted, "I don't care if you're from that side or not, I only want your star now, I'll buy it. Is 10 low-rank Saint crystals enough?" Saying so, a bracelet on her wrist flashed and 10 crystal-clear Saint crystals appeared on her jade-white hand. "Elder sister, we don't have many Saint crystals left," the little beauty called out, her face filled with pain. The little beauty exclaimed, a pained look flashing across her beautiful eyes. Those 10 low-rank Saint crystals seemed to be a considerable amount of wealth to her. Yang Kai's face remained calm, but his heart was filled with shock. It wasn't because the other party had taken out 10 Saint crystals, but rather because of the bracelet on the big beauty's wrist. If he wasn't mistaken, that bracelet should be a space artifact. Chapter 984. On Tongxian Realm, the most common space artifact was a universe bag. Only the leaders of the ancient demon clan had space rings, and those were refined by great demon god using the leftover materials of the soul-suppressing stone, a mere 2 or 3 of them. The value of these 2 or 3 space rings was many times higher than that of a universe bag. However, Yang Kai found that the first person he met in the star territory had a bracelet-shaped space artifact. There was no doubt that the value of this bracelet-shaped space artifact was no less than the rings on the hands of the ancient demon clan's leaders, perhaps even higher. Could it be that in the vast star territory, this type of space artifact was as common as star shuttles? Yang Kai quietly glanced at the little beauty's wrist and found that she wasn't wearing a bracelet, but there was a ring on her index finger that exuded the same energy fluctuations as the bracelet. Sure enough, she also had a space artifact that was more advanced than a universe bag. However, what puzzled Yang Kai was that the material of her space artifact wasn't soul-suppressing stone, but rather something else. "What are you looking at?" Sneaking around like that is really hateful. He Miao saw Yang Kai's eyes darting around and couldn't help but misunderstand, thinking he was up to no good, so she angrily called out to him. My apologies. Yang Kai's expression became serious as he slowly shook his head. I really don't know what a star is, nor have I ever heard of it. Never heard of it. Even the big beauty showed a look of distrust, a trace of annoyance appearing on her pretty face. Elder sister, don't talk nonsense with him, he must be from that side, delaying us here. Perhaps our whereabouts have already been exposed. Let's quickly grab his star and leave here, a first-order saint like him isn't our opponent. The big beauty's face showed a look of interest, but she didn't immediately take action, seemingly hesitating. She was obviously not an unreasonable person. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand and shouted, shouldn't you explain to me what kind of star it is? I really haven't heard of it. Seeing the serious look on Yang Kai's face, the big beauty couldn't help muttering in her heart. Although Yang Kai's words were too inexplicable, for a person to be able to lie to such an extent was truly incredible. She couldn't feel the slightest flaw in the other party's expression or divine sense fluctuations. Where are you from? The great beauty pondered for a moment before asking. Can I not say? Yang Kai was here alone. Yang Kai's sect star territory was here to find a way out of this star territory's territory and Su Yang realm. Compared with the vast star field, Tongxian realm was too remote, and if it was exposed, it would likely attract the covetous attention of powerful masters, and Yang Kai realm star Yang realm star S. I can only say that I came from a small place. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Low-level continent. The big beauty raised her brow, seemingly somewhat believing Yang Kai's words. Only people from lower realms didn't know what a star was. You can say that. Kai Yang followed up with her words. If it's convenient, can you let me see your star shuttle? The big beauty asked. What's wrong with that? Yang Kai smiled, and under the control of his divine sense, the star shuttle under his feet turned into a blue light and flew directly towards her. Yang Kai stood mid-air. Although they had only known each other for a short time and hadn't spoken much to each other, Kai Yang felt that they shouldn't be unreasonable people. Otherwise, with their cultivations, if they didn't agree with each other, they would have already started a fight. There was no need for them to be so long-winded. The big beauty raised her hand and took the star shuttle, but the two sisters didn't observe Yang Kai's flight-type artifact and instead stared at him with wide eyes. Both pairs of beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. Yang Kai looked at himself up and down but couldn't find anything special about him, so he couldn't understand why these two sisters were looking at him like he was a ghost. Elder sister, this person doesn't have the protection of a star shuttle, nor is he summoning a defensive artifact. How can he withstand the pressure of the star field? Isn't he just a first-order saint? He Miao whispered, her face filled with shock. He's also not circulating his saint chi. The big beauty was also shocked. Is his physique really that strong? Could it be that he's concealing his cultivation and is actually a master above the Saint King realm? He Miao thought of a possibility, her pretty face immediately turning pale. Unlikely, the two sisters whispered, their voices so low that Yang Kai didn't know what they were talking about, but he couldn't help calling out, "Are you done yet?" The big beauty was startled for a moment before remembering that she was still holding on to Yang Kai's star shuttle. Quickly releasing her divine sense to investigate the inside of the star shuttle, she immediately turned to her younger sister and slowly shook her head, a look of disappointment filling her face. Returning the star shuttle to Yang Kai, the big beauty wore a strange look and asked, "How did you get here without a star shuttle?" "Drifting through the asteroid sea, I was searching for traces left behind by some creatures and unknowingly arrived here," Yang Kai explained. "You're quite bold." The big beauty couldn't help feeling some admiration, and your luck is also quite good, actually arriving here with a damaged star shuttle. A damaged star shuttle. Yang Kai was stunned. It's quite easy to use. How is it damaged? You don't know about the existence of a star shuttle, so I can't explain it to you, the big beauty sighed faintly. Good. Yang Kai didn't force the issue and simply chuckled, but it seems you're satisfied. Although I didn't help much, now it's your turn to help me. The big beauty shook her head. If you want us to show you a way out, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed, we can't help you. She seemed to understand what Yang Kai wanted her to help him with. Yang Kai's face sank. Because we've been lost here for a long time, the big beauty said awkwardly. That's why we asked you for a star shuttle. The little beauty he meow interjected, only with the correct star shuttle would we have a chance to leave here, but the interior of your star shuttle is a complete mess, there's no star shuttle at all. You're also lost. Yang Kai suddenly wanted to laugh. He had worked so hard to get here from Tongxian realm and had finally met two living people. Originally, he had thought his luck was quite good and had even intended to ask around for directions, but it turned out these two were no different from himself. However, listening to them speak one sentence after another, Yang Kai was able to summarize some useful information. A star shuttle was probably a map that could guide a cultivator through the star field, and the location of the star shuttle was definitely inside the star shuttle. Yang Kai suddenly recalled that when he was refining his star shuttle, he had indeed seen a vast star field inside it, as if it had been shrunk countless times and had been placed inside. Yes, we're also lost, is it that funny? The big beauty saw Yang Kai's lips curl up slightly and became angry out of shame. Yang Kai quickly put on a serious expression and asked, how did you get lost? The star shuttle in our star shuttle was damaged, so we couldn't find our way. This is a fatal threat to any cultivator flying through star territory. If the star shuttle had been damaged somewhere else, we might have been able to find our way back, but this place is different. Why is this place different? Looking at your ignorant appearance, it seems you really don't know anything about star territory. The big beauty said impatiently and didn't intend to explain any further to Yang Kai, simply stretching out her jade white finger and summoning a white ball of light which flew towards Yang Kai like a firefly. Take a look for yourself, there's some common sense in that ball. I hope you can find a way to survive, goodbye. Saying so, she activated her star shuttle and flew past Yang Kai. He Miao stood behind her elder sister and made a face at Yang Kai before the two sisters disappeared in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't try to stop them. Since the two of them were lost and couldn't find their way, there was no point in him continuing to ask. Pulling the white ball of light the other party had summoned into his knowledge sea, Yang Kai began to carefully investigate it. That ball of light was the other party's spiritual energy and contained some information, but it wasn't much. For the current Yang Kai, however, this information was extremely important. The role of the star was just as Yang Kai had guessed. The star was indeed a map used to guide a cultivator through the star field. When a cultivator wanted to fly from one continent to another and travel a long way, they would purchase a star. Each star was different and was created by a master with a profound cultivation. These purchased stars could be stored in a star shuttle. The cultivator only needed to circulate their spiritual energy to activate the star and the star shuttle would follow the route drawn on it, safely moving forward while avoiding many potential dangers. There was even no need for the cultivator to change direction, the star shuttle could move forward automatically. The stars inside the star shuttle could be replaced or erased. There were all kinds of benefits. Yang Kai now understood the importance of the star and why the two sisters had asked him for one. However, his star shuttle was something he had obtained by accident and had been left in the star field for an unknown period of time. Even if there was a star inside, it had likely disappeared long ago. The miniature version of the star territory contained inside was also in chaos, so it was impossible to store a new star. That was why the other party had said his star shuttle was damaged. The information transmitted by the beautiful woman, in addition to an explanation of the star and star shuttle, also contained clues about this place. The chaotic abyss. The beautiful star field that Yang Kai couldn't help but want to stay here and cultivate for a while turned out to be an extremely dangerous place. It was also called the chaotic abyss by the cultivator in the territory of the star field. The huge and beautiful stars surrounding it not only exuded extremely rich spiritual energy but also distorted and chaotic territory. These countless territories were intertwined together, enough to make anyone who came here lose their sense of direction, forever trapped within the chaotic territory, unable to escape. Chapter 985. After a brief investigation, Yang Kai's face sank. He found that he had unknowingly arrived at a restricted area in star territory. Even Saint King Realm Masters didn't dare set foot in this place easily. All the correct routes drawn on the star map would avoid this place. The beautiful stars around him flickered with a moving luster, but at the same time, they also contained great danger. The danger here wasn't just the chaotic territory field that could cause one to lose their sense of direction, but also something even more terrifying. The woman didn't tell Yang Kai exactly what this danger was, but Yang Kai knew that it was enough to cause him to lose his life. Yang Kai once again fell into a state of confusion and helplessness, not knowing where to go. After absorbing the information left behind by the other party, Yang Kai stopped in place and pondered for a while before sending out his star shuttle to search for a way out. He didn't want to give up. He had just arrived at this vast star territory and had yet to see the real wonders of this place. As time passed, he decided on a direction and used his power without restraint to fly forward. However, there seemed to be no end to it. No matter how long he flew, he was still surrounded by countless beautiful stars. He even couldn't help but have the illusion that he was circling around a certain position, continuously turning in a large circle. The chaotic territory field affected his grasp of direction and judgment of his position. Often, even when he thought he was heading in the right direction, it was actually useless. The stars twinkled and the star field was so vast that Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been wandering here. Perhaps it was January or February, perhaps it was a year or so, Yang Kai had no idea how much time had passed. It was so long that Yang Kai's cultivation was steadily increasing, and in this rich world energy environment, he was rapidly breaking through to the second-order saint realm. The speed at which his strength increased was beyond his imagination. Finally, Yang Kai found some comfort and joy in his heart. Secretly, Yang Kai felt that staying here was not as bad as he had imagined. As long as he continued to search, he would eventually find a way out. One day, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged atop his star shuttle, allowing it to fly forward while he meditated. At this moment, his heart was as calm as water, and he was no longer as nervous as he was at the beginning. Since he couldn't find a way out for the time being, he might as well take this opportunity to improve his strength. He believed that even in the entire star territory, such a cultivation environment was extremely rare. As long as they were strong enough, they would be able to break through the restrictions and confusion of this chaotic territory. Two strong divine soul fluctuations and life auras suddenly entered his senses. It was the two sisters he had met before. Yang Kai opened his eyes and his expression became strange. He never thought that he would actually be able to see them again. They seemed to be unable to find a way out and were lost in this chaotic abyss. At this moment, they were resting on a huge meteorite. They didn't continue to fly and let the meteorite take them forward aimlessly. The two of them were the only living beings that Yang Kai had met along the way. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a subtle feeling of sympathy for them. Thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and flew towards the asteroid they were on. A moment later, Yang Kai landed on the meteorite and looked around, but didn't find them. Instead, he found the entrance to a cave not far away. What are they doing hiding inside? Yang Kai frowned. Walking straight to the entrance of the cave, Yang Kai shouted, "You're inside. Come in and talk." The voice of the two sisters came from inside. They had also judged Yang Kai's identity from the aura he gave off, so they weren't on guard. Yang Kai bent down and entered the cave, going all the way inside. After a few twists and turns, he saw two vague figures sitting cross-legged not far away, snuggling up to each other. At this moment, the mood of the two women didn't seem to be high. Yang Kai faintly felt that the mood of the younger sister named He Miao was very low, as if she was feeling despair because she was lost in this chaotic abyss. "We meet again," the elder sister gently nodded to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned, although this wasn't something to be happy about. "Why are you hiding here? Is there any danger?" "There's no danger, we just don't want to waste our strength and Saint Chi. Haven't you noticed that hiding here doesn't require us to circulate our strength to resist the erosion of the star field?" Hearing her say this, Yang Kai came to his senses and carefully probed himself, quickly discovering that the star field that filled the entire territory of the star field really couldn't penetrate this place, allowing them to relax. "We've run out of Saint crystals and pills, so we can only hide here," He Miao said faintly. This time, she wasn't as mischievous as she had been the last time they met, her expression rather gloomy. "You've run out?" Yang Kai was stunned. "We've been lost here for a long time," the elder sister explained. "If we go out again and can't find a way out, when we run out of strength, all that awaits us is death. You're really pitiful." Yang Kai understood their situation and couldn't help sighing. "What are you gloating about?" He Miao sniffled, her tone somewhat sour. "Am I?" Yang Kai was stunned. "You are. Whatever you say, what are you going to do now? Are you going to keep hiding? What else can we do?" The elder sister looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. "We're not like you, our bodies are so strong that we don't need to circulate our strength to resist the power of the star field." Yang Kai let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. In the darkness, He Miao's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up as she said, "You're not afraid of the erosion of the star field, so you don't need Saint crystals or pills to supplement your strength. Do you have any extra Saint crystals or pills on you? If you do, can you sell them? And lend them to us?" She wore an expectant look, as if she had found new hope, her beautiful eyes staring towards Yang Kai. The elder sister was also enlightened by her words, her expression suddenly becoming one of expectation. "I don't have any Saint crystals," Yang Kai shook his head. The two sisters frowned at the same time, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being a stingy man who didn't know how to please a beautiful woman. "But I do have crystal stones and some pills," Yang Kai added. "Crystal stones? Low-grade crystal stones?" The elder sister looked startled. "Crystal stones are fine, it's better than nothing. Then are you willing to lend us some?" He Miao asked pitifully. "It doesn't matter if I share some with you." Yang Kai pondered for a moment. In any case, he didn't need to use crystal stones in the star field, and he could constantly absorb energy from his surroundings to enhance his cultivation. "Great, you're really a good person." He Miao cheered, her face filled with joy. "But what can you give me?" Yang Kai asked again. He Miao's joy stiffened on her face as the elder sister asked with some vigilance, "What do you want?" In the darkness, Yang Kai's eyes swept over the two sisters as he pondered. He really didn't know what to ask these two sisters to make up for his losses. "Forget it." The elder sister's face suddenly became gloomy and her attitude changed, coldly saying, just pretend we didn't say anything, we'd rather hide here forever. Smelly man. He Miao also shouted, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely towards Yang Kai, her face filled with vigilance. Be careful or we sisters will join forces and beat you. They had obviously misunderstood Yang Kai, thinking he wanted to take advantage of their current situation. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled, taking out some crystal stones and pills from the demon mystic tome and placing them in front of them. Consider this alone. He didn't take out too many crystal stones and only took out spirit pills, not even saint pills, even though he had many. After all, he and these two women could only be considered to have met by chance and did not have much of a friendship. If he really took out too many holy pills or spirit stones, it might make them covet it and the two sisters would really join hands to deal with him. Yang Kai had no choice but to guard against them. Yang Kai's actions stunned the two sisters on the spot, not knowing why he had suddenly become so easy to talk to. The coldness on the elder sister's face showed some signs of melting as she said apologetically, if there is a chance, we will definitely return it 10 times over. Then I wish you good luck, Yang Kai smiled. I have to continue looking for a way out, so I won't disturb you any longer. Saying so, he turned around and walked out of the cave. Just as he was about to leave the cave, the elder sister's voice came from behind. We are from Sword Union, my name is He Zhao and my sister is He Miao. I'll remember, I hope we meet again, Yang Kai replied. After Yang Kai left, the two sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, glanced at each other and He Miao said, what a strange person, not even telling us his name, does he know any etiquette? At least he's not a bad person. He Zhao looked at the crystal stones and spirit pills in front of her with a faint gratefulness on her face. He really came from a very remote place. These crystal stones and spirit pills are of such poor quality that they can't provide much strength. He Miao pursed her lips and commented on the things Yang Kai left behind. Be content with these things, we can explore this place for at least another 1 or 2 months without worrying about exhausting our strength. Although our chances are slim, we can't give up. Master may already be looking for us. If she can bring some reinforcements here, we may not necessarily die here. Elder sister, I miss Master so much, I'll never come to this damned place again. If we hadn't been pursued by Purple Star this time, we wouldn't have fallen into this situation, let alone come so deep into the chaotic abyss. Will Purple Star's people chase after us? They definitely won't let us go. It's possible, after all, that thing is still in our hands. Damn it, I don't know how this information was leaked. There must be a mole in the Union, He Miao said decisively. Let's not worry about that for now, in the current situation, our survival is more important. The two sisters said as they carefully put away the crystal stones and spirit pills. These low-level materials, which they had never cared about before, had now become their last hope, so they didn't dare not cherish them. After recovering for a while inside the cave, the two sisters walked out of the cave and headed in a completely different direction from Kai Yang, looking for a small chance of survival and a way out. Chapter 986. Inside the star field, Yang Kai was still wandering about. He had been separated from the He Zhao and He Miao sisters for some time now, but he hadn't made any progress and hadn't been lucky enough to run into them again. On this day, just as he was looking around, 3 auras suddenly approached him from behind. These auras were extremely sharp and filled with murderous intent. As these auras spread out, Yang Kai suddenly felt as if his skin was being pricked by needles, causing him to pale slightly. It wasn't He Zhao or He Miao. Because there were 3 people approaching him, and from their auras, Yang Kai could tell they were all third-order saints. Their auras made Yang Kai very unhappy, and he also felt a sense of danger. It was as if they weren't 3 people, but 3 bloodthirsty vicious beasts. Should I avoid them or wait? These two contradictory thoughts flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but he immediately stopped and waited quietly. These three people had obviously discovered him, otherwise, they wouldn't have rushed straight towards him. If he tried to avoid them at this time, it would only arouse their desire to chase after him. Yang Kai wasn't sure if his star shuttle would be able to shake them off with its speed. The most important thing was that he had finally encountered a second group of people, so perhaps there was a chance he could find a way out. If he could obtain a copy of their star fragments, that would be even better. Hizeo had said that as long as he obtained a copy of their star fragment, there would be a chance to leave this chaotic abyss. Although the chances were slim, it was worth a try. With 3 third-order saints, Yang Kai estimated that even if they really fought, with his current strength, if he went all out, it shouldn't be a problem for him to escape unscathed. As such, he had nothing to fear. 3 blue lights flew through the star field, dragging long streaks of light behind them as they approached Yang Kai. A moment later, the blue lights stopped in front of Yang Kai and 3 figures appeared. Each of these 3 people had their own star shuttle, unlike Hizeo and Himiao, who shared a single star shuttle. It was obvious that these 3 had strong financial resources. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was extremely burly and had a dignified demeanor. The other man was thin and had a cynical smile on his face. He was playing with a silver dagger in his hand. From time to time, a cold light bloomed in his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. As for the woman, she had an enchanting figure and a pair of watery peach blossom eyes. She looked up and down at Yang Kai with great interest, and after a while, a look of interest appeared on her face. As soon as they appeared, Yang Kai knew that his worries had come true. Not everyone was as easy to talk to as Hizeo and Himiao. These 3 people didn't look like good people at first glance. If things didn't go well, they might really cause some trouble later. "Kid, where did you come from?" The burly man coldly stared at Yang Kai and asked in a low voice. There was a majesty that couldn't be ignored, as if he didn't care about Yang Kai at all and could control his life and death at will. "I came from a low-level world." Yang Kai carefully chose his words and said cautiously, "I've been lost here for a long time and haven't been able to find a way out. If it's convenient, can you lend me your star shuttle so I can make a copy of it?" This was what Hizeo had said to him before. Although he didn't know how to make a copy of a star shuttle, as long as he could obtain the other party's star shuttle, he should be able to figure it out. Make a copy of a star. The man sneered, hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a playful look on his face. "Sure, but you have to answer one of my questions honestly." "What?" Yang Kai didn't show the slightest joy because he didn't think the other party would be as easy to talk to as they seemed. When the man agreed, the other thin man stuck out his tongue and licked the dagger in his hand, looking like he was about to start a slaughter. Yang Kai estimated that as soon as he finished answering the question, the thin man would immediately make his move. The other party had no intention of letting him make a copy of a star shuttle. "You said you've been lost here for a long time. Then, have you seen the 2 girls? And they should be wearing white clothes with a sword-shaped symbol embroidered on their chests." Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding that this man was asking about Hizeo and Himiao. Suddenly, a thought flashed across his mind as he recalled that when he first met the 2 sisters, Himiao had once said something unexpected, that they seemed to be being chased by some people. Was it these 3 people in front of him who were chasing them? Yang Kai's contemplation revealed some flaws and the burly man's eyes lit up as he took a step forward and shouted, "You've seen them, haven't you? Why are you looking for them?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead asked. "Boy, this isn't something you should inquire about, just answer the question and you'll benefit from it. Of course, if you don't want to answer, I don't mind making you cooperate." The thin man smiled wickedly as he stared at Yang Kai like a poisonous snake. At this point, there was no point in denying it, so Yang Kai simply nodded. Yes, I've seen them. When did you see them, and where are they now? The burly man anxiously asked, as if Zhao and He Miao were very important to them. I don't know the exact time, but about a month ago, they landed on a meteorite and I asked them for directions, Yang Kai said honestly. A month ago? What kind of meteorite was it? Where was it? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. I can't remember. Incompetent. The burly man shouted angrily, clearly a little flustered and exasperated. A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes. Lu Shan, why are you angry with him? The enchanting woman giggled, and she was extremely flirtatious as she twisted her plump buttocks, causing circles of soul-stealing ripples to sway out. He's just a little fellow that's lost here. What would he know? However, at the very least, we can be certain that those two little sluts are here. Saying so, she turned a gentle look towards Yang Kai and said softly, Little boy, don't be afraid. Elder sister wants to ask you, are those two also lost? This voice was like an invisible hand that reached into Yang Kai's heart, plucking at his heartstrings, causing his blood to boil and a primal feeling to surge from the depths of his heart. A seductive technique. Yang Kai felt a chill run down his spine and couldn't help shivering, but he still put on a look of seduction and said, Yes, they are indeed lost. I heard them say that the star in their star shuttle was damaged. Yang Kai's performance made the beautiful woman quite satisfied and she shot a triumphant glance towards the burly man named Lu Shan, but the burly man seemed to despise the beautiful woman's methods and his gaze towards Yang Kai became more and more unfriendly, thinking that this little brat was a pervert who couldn't resist the temptation of her beauty. It's good that they're lost. The thin man laughed. Kill him, since he doesn't know the whereabouts of those two little sluts. There's no point in keeping him alive. Lu Shan waved his hand impatiently. A cold aura suddenly erupted from the thin man's body, as if he couldn't wait to kill Yang Kai. What's the hurry? The beautiful woman quickly tried to stop him. What do you want him for? Don't forget we still have a mission to complete. As long as we complete this mission, you can have as many men as you want, Lu Shan said calmly. Then what if I want you? The beautiful woman winked at Lu Shan. Forget it, I don't want to have anything to do with you. I want to live a few more years, Lu Shan coldly snorted, not showing the slightest bit of interest. Then don't kill him, a Saint Realm boy isn't something you can casually obtain, wouldn't it be too wasteful to just kill him? The beautiful woman's face hardened. Besides, we've already obtained some important information, shouldn't we hurry back and report it? Do you still want to continue exploring? In this vast star territory, how could it be easy to find two people? Lu Shan hesitated for a long time before finally saying, Forget it, we'll do as you wish, we really should go back and report this. He seemed unwilling to annoy the beautiful woman and finally compromised. Young man, come to elder sister will protect you, with me here, no one will hurt you, the beautiful woman enthusiastically beckoned to Yang Kai. Thank you. Yang Kai's mouth twitched, hesitating for a moment before saying, I can cooperate with you, in fact, I have some grudges with those two sluts. Oh. What kind of grudges? The beautiful woman looked at him curiously. Even Lu Shan and the thin man were puzzled. They ran out of Saint crystals and pills, so they took them all from me, Yang Kai said angrily. The beautiful woman couldn't help covering her mouth. Lu Shan and the thin man also quickly swept Yang Kai with their divine senses and found that he really didn't have any space artifact on him, so they immediately believed him. They all knew what kind of cultivation He Zhao and He Miao had, so Yang Kai, a first-order saint, naturally wasn't their opponent. As such, Yang Kai's story didn't seem to have any flaws. When we find them, they'll be at your disposal. The beautiful woman held on to Yang Kai's arm and breathed into his ear. Her full breasts were squeezed out of shape by Yang Kai's elbow, and her tender body constantly drew closer to Yang Kai's side. Burning hot. Really? Yang Kai was pleasantly surprised, a lecherous expression appearing on his face. Really, when the time comes, we'll torture them together. The beautiful woman nodded with a smile. I like doing this kind of thing the most. The thin man gloated from the side. Of course, the premise is that you have to survive until then. Boy, if I were you, I would choose to be killed now rather than go back with her. Lu Sha, no one will think you're mute if you don't speak. The beautiful woman glared at the thin man fiercely. Lu Sha shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything more. Is it dangerous to go back with you? Yang Kai turned to look at the beautiful woman, a look of disdain on his face, as if he didn't know how to write the word death, even elbowing the other party's plump breasts as he spoke. At such a close distance, as long as he used his full strength, this beautiful woman would have no hope of surviving, but he didn't act rashly. Chapter 987. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of grievances these three had with the He Zhao and He Miao sisters, but from their conversation, he could infer that they were also quite wary of the hidden dangers of this chaotic abyss. So after obtaining some reliable information, they couldn't wait to return and report it to their superiors so they could leave this place. No matter where they returned to, as long as he followed them, Yang Kai felt that he could leave this restricted area in star territory that had troubled him for so long. After leaving this place, all he had to do was find a suitable opportunity to get rid of these three. Yang Kai's performance along the way was very cooperative and taciturn, causing the three of them to gradually relax their vigilance towards him. A first-order saint, the three of them really didn't care much about him. Their words inadvertently revealed some information, allowing Yang Kai to learn that they belonged to a force called Purple Star. The burly man was called Lu Shan, the thin man like a viper was called Lu Sha, and the beautiful woman was called Baiya. The star shuttles of these three were of a higher grade than those of Yang Kai's, allowing them to fly much faster through star field. Perceiving this, Yang Kai secretly rejoiced, thinking that he had made the right choice not to immediately avoid them when he first detected their auras, because even if he had tried to avoid them at that time, he likely wouldn't have been able to escape their pursuit. After flying for a few days, Yang Kai finally couldn't help asking the beautiful woman, "Where are we going now?" "Don't worry, you'll know soon enough," Baiya giggled, not answering Yang Kai's question. Lu Sha glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully, chuckling meaningfully. "Look, we're almost there," Baiya suddenly pointed to the front, her beautiful eyes shining with excitement. Looking in the direction she was pointing, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and he almost exclaimed. Somewhere in the dark and cold star field, a giant beast-like figure was rapidly approaching. This figure was at least 1,000 meters long, giving it a majestic appearance. Although its figure was large, its movements were silent and extremely fast. When they saw this huge figure, Lu Shan, Lu Sha, and Baiya couldn't help showing a relaxed look, as if they had just returned home. They had been on tenterhooks all this time in the chaotic abyss. A vicious beast. Yang Kai frowned and muttered, releasing his divine sense at the same time, but quickly discovered that this giant figure didn't have the slightest vitality and instead exuded energy fluctuations like an artifact. A vicious beast. Baiya glanced at Yang Kai in surprise before she giggled, "Yang, you're so cute, how could that be a vicious beast?" "That's my Purple Star Saint starships." Starship. SS das Codes. T's of the star of a star is S. Lu Shan looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, then slowly shook his head and sneered disdainfully. Yang Kai's words immediately exposed that he really came from a low-level world, otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to have never seen such a large artifact like a starship. When Yang Kai had answered him like this before, Lu Shan hadn't tried to get to the bottom of it because he wasn't prepared to leave Yang Kai alive. Now, Lu Shan was certain that this idiot really came from a low-level world. As the distance closed, Yang Kai finally saw what he had mistaken for a vicious beast. It was a bronze ship that was 1,000 feet long. It was somewhat similar to the tattered ship that was sealed under Mo-Du. However, this ship was a little bigger than the one under Mo-Du. Did the bone race arrive in Tongxian realm thousands of years ago on this kind of thing? Yang Kai was stunned, unable to speak for a long time. He suddenly realized that his plan was probably going to fail. He had thought that these three people would use their star shuttles to leave the chaotic abyss, so he had cooperated and waited for an opportunity to find a way out. But now, facing such a huge bronze ship, Yang Kai discovered just how small he was. If he really entered this bronze ship with them, he would definitely become a turtle in a jar. Inside, there would undoubtedly be a Saint King Realm Master. Just as Yang Kai was thinking about how to escape, Lu Shan suddenly took out a palm-sized compass-like artifact from his sleeve. This compass-like artifact flashed with a faint light as Yang Kai released his divine sense and penetrated it, seemingly beginning to communicate with someone. A moment later, Yang Kai put away this artifact again, and with a bang, the bottom of the bronze ship cracked open. "Let's go." Lu Shan waved his hand and took the lead to fly towards the crack, Lu Sha and Bai Yi following closely behind. In a flash, the three of them took Yang Kai into the crack and arrived inside the ship. After the three of them set foot on the bronze ship, the crack closed automatically. Yang Kai was dazzled by this sight, like a country bumpkin who had just entered a prosperous city. However, the bitterness in his heart was unbearable because the moment he set foot on this ship, he felt extremely powerful life auras from all directions. Most of these auras belonged to Saint Realm Masters, and 2 or 3 of them were even stronger, causing Yang Kai's heart to palpitate uneasily, making him feel like he was powerless to resist. It was as if this aura alone was enough to destroy his will. Saint King Realm. There really was a Saint King Realm Master inside this bronze ship. "Lu Shan, you've come back too late," a third-order Saint Realm Master walked over and shouted. "We took a bit of a detour, but we did manage to obtain some information." "Oh." The man frowned. "What information?" "Those 2 little sluts really did come to the chaotic abyss, and their star shuttles were damaged in the previous battle, so they are now lost here." "Where did you get this information from? How reliable is it?" A light flashed across the man's eyes. "This little brat told us that he encountered those 2 sisters and had all the crystal stones and pills on him snatched away, so I estimate those 2 sluts won't be able to last much longer." Lu Shan pointed to Yang Kai. Only then did the man notice the existence of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him before nodding indifferently. "That's good, as long as they are still in the chaotic abyss, they won't be able to escape from our grasp. We need to report this news to Master quickly and see what he decides." "I'm just about to go, do you want to come with me?" Lu Shan asked. "Then let's go together." Saying so, the 2 walked side by side towards the depths of the ship. "This lady won't be going, I'll take him back to rest first," Bai Yi smiled lightly before grabbing Yang Kai's arm and walking in a different direction. Lu Shan frowned unhappily but didn't stop her, instead just reminding her, "Don't go too crazy." I know what I'm doing," Bai Yi smiled tenderly. Following Bai Yi all the way through the ship's hold, Yang Kai saw that she was very familiar with the interior structure of the ship. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators, none of whom had a cultivation below the Transcendent Realm, all of them Saint Realm. However, when these people saw Bai Yi, they all avoided her in fear, as if they were avoiding a poisonous scorpion. Only after Bai Yi had gone far away did they relax. When they looked at Yang Kai, who was being held by Bai Yi, a look of sympathy appeared on each of their faces, mixed with a hint of schadenfreude. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit uncomfortable. He could almost predict what this beautiful woman was going to do with him, and from the looks of these cultivators, he could infer that if she really did something to him, his end would likely be very miserable. Cheap slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but his face remained expressionless, constantly observing the route they had taken, deeply imprinting it in his mind in an attempt to find a way out. After a while, Baiya brought Yang Kai to a certain room. Opening the door, Baiya beckoned to Yang Kai, "Come in." Yang Kai walked in meekly and glanced around, quickly discovering that this should be Baiya's residence. The whole room was filled with a faint fragrance, not too strong, but just right. The room was decorated with pink hues, making it look very warm and comfortable, causing anyone who entered to feel a sense of warmth and relaxation, letting down their guard. Inside the room, there was a small incense burner. He didn't know what kind of incense it was, but when Kai Yang took a whiff of it, his body involuntarily had some subtle reactions. His blood began to flow faster, and deep within his heart, his instincts began to awaken. Yang Kai's clear eyes were covered with a faint layer of red light. There seemed to be a soft whisper in his ears, one that seemed to steal his soul, causing his breathing to become heavy. At some point, Baiya had arrived in front of Yang Kai, her pair of peach blossom eyes glowing with a strange light, her jade-white hands stroking Yang Kai's chest, her face flushed red, making her look even more alluring. She looked at Kai Yang with satisfaction, her fiery hot tender body taking the initiative to press her full breasts against Kai Yang's sturdy chest. Her ruby-red eyes wriggled, and a burst of suppressed moans came from her throat. She gently pushed Yang Kai towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai's breathing was heavy as he stared at her, like a virgin. Hee hee. Baiya seemed to be very satisfied with Yang Kai's reaction. That kind of expression that was filled with conflict was always one of her favorite things to see. She often destroyed the rationality of men, turning them into wild beasts, deriving great satisfaction from it. Baiya approached Yang Kai step by step, forcing him to continuously retreat, her breath fragrant as she said, "This is elder sister's room, no one will come in, you can do whatever you want." Her breathing also became heavy, her tender body constantly twisting, the two protrusions on her chest becoming stiff as they rubbed against Yang Kai's chest, bringing about a burst of indescribable pleasure. At this moment, Baiya seemed to have transformed into a dissatisfied woman. Kai Yang fell onto the fragrant bed, and she took the initiative to mount him. Without any trace of politeness, she began to undress Kai Yang. Kai Yang continuously swallowed his saliva, as if he had already fallen into her gentle embrace. Without any hesitation, he took the initiative to stretch out his two big hands and grab Fong Ting. Chapter 988. Baiya's tender body suddenly tensed up and she let out a soft moan before glaring at Yang Kai and whispering, "Be gentle, you're going to break me." Slut. Yang Kai cursed in his heart, but he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement in the depths of his heart, especially when he saw the two peaks in his hands. Their amazing elasticity almost made him lose his ability to think, and the heat radiating from his palms was enough to destroy his psychological defenses. Baiya seemed to be in a state of lust, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that the flow of power in her body had become strange. Her entire temperament was also changing without a trace, making her look even more charming and delicious. Any man who was ridden by her would not be able to resist her temptation. This beautiful woman was like a ripe peach, her exposed skin glowing with a strange red light, as if no matter which part of her body it was possible to squeeze out a handful of water. Such a woman had a fatal attraction to all men. Yang Kai's eyes became red as his pupils dilated, unable to control his body and mind, his two big hands mechanically kneading her peaks. It was as if he had lost his mind. After quietly observing for a while, Baiya's pair of beautiful eyes flashed a smug look. She knew that the man beneath her had been completely conquered by her, and now she could do whatever she wanted to him. She had captured countless men, and as she entangled herself with them, she could absorb all of their blood essence and use it to enhance her own strength. The men she had played with would often become dried corpses and be discarded at will. Although she had played with many men, a Saint Realm cultivator was still very difficult to obtain. After cultivating to such a degree, they generally wouldn't just sit still and allow her to do as she pleased. As such, she was very fond of people like Yang Kai, especially this young man with a strong and handsome physique, which was more to her liking. After confirming that Yang Kai had fallen, Baiyu grinned and reached out to wipe the corner of her mouth, where saliva seemed to be leaking out. She unbuttoned her clothes, exposing her snow-white jade-like breasts to the air. Her jade-like hands reached out and grasped Yang Kai's erection. With a soft sigh, Baiyu's beautiful eyes rippled as she muttered to herself, "Quite the capital." She was secretly delighted. She slightly raised her body and prepared to sit down. A strand of sparkling and translucent viscous liquid flowed out from between her legs and slid down her slender legs. Right at this moment, her movements paused, and her eyebrows knitted into a line. A trace of anger and dissatisfaction surged out of her pretty face as she turned her head to look outside the room. The moment she shifted her gaze, Yang Kai's already relaxed pupils contracted slightly, and the power that he had secretly gathered quietly dispersed. A series of hurried footsteps came from the corridor outside the door. Immediately, the door was pushed open and Lu Shan and Lu Sha appeared at the door. The two of them just stared at Baiyu and Yang Kai, who were still in an ambiguous position on the bed, not showing the slightest intention of avoiding them. Lu Sha even whistled frivolously, his eyes constantly roaming over Baiyu's body. "It's time to go," Lu Shan said lightly. "Really?" Baiyu's expression became bitter. "Didn't we just come back? This is Master's order. If you have any complaints, just go to him," Lu Shan replied indifferently. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time." Saying so, he turned around and left. From beginning to end, he didn't pay any attention to Baiyu, as if her perfect and seductive body was not attractive to him at all. Baiyu stared down at Yang Kai, who was lying below her and had already lost all strength to resist, clenching her teeth, feeling a little reluctant and annoyed. After a moment, she turned her head and glared at Lu Sha. "What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out." Lu Sha grinned and shouted, "Why didn't you say that to Lu Shan? He also saw it. He didn't get aroused, but you did. You cheap man, get out." Baiyu waved her hand and the door was closed. Outside the door, Lu Sha pinched his nose and muttered discontentedly, "It's not like I haven't seen it before, really making a big fuss out of nothing." Saying so, he laughed loudly, but being interrupted at such a critical moment, anyone would be angry. "Lu Shan, you did a good job." "I was just following Master's orders," Lu Shan coldly snorted. Inside the room, Baiyu gritted her teeth and cursed as she put on the clothes she had just taken off, a moment later storming out of the room. The sound of the 3 people's footsteps gradually faded away. After confirming that they had gone far enough, Yang Kai's face sank and he sat up on the bed. If Lu Shan had come just a little later, he would have killed her already. Baiyu thought he had completely fallen and was completely defenseless. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was sure he could kill Baiyu with a single blow. As for what he would do after killing her, Yang Kai didn't know. He only knew that he absolutely couldn't have any physical contact with this slutty woman. The aura she exuded when she was aroused was too dangerous. It was an aura that would devour him alive. The star territory was really full of surprises, but at the same time, it was also accompanied by greater dangers. Neatly putting on his clothes, Yang Kai sat on the bed and began to think. Now that Baiyu was gone and no one was here to care about him, Yang Kai was considering whether he should take advantage of this opportunity to escape from this ship. However, How to open the exit of this ship's artifact was something Yang Kai didn't know yet, so if he acted rashly, the gains wouldn't be worth the losses. Just as he was contemplating, the door to his room opened again. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man who was staring at Yang Kai with a strange look. This man was a second-order saint, which wasn't very high on this ship, so Yang Kai didn't put him in his eyes. "Boy, your luck is quite good," the middle-aged man suddenly said. "I don't know what you're talking about," Yang Kai pretended to be confused. "If you don't know then forget it, come out," the man beckoned to him. Yang Kai frowned but didn't refuse, standing up and walking out of the room. The middle-aged man didn't say a word and began leading him through the cabin. "Where are you taking me?" Yang Kai couldn't help asking. "Wherever I'm taking you, what nonsense are you spouting?" The middle-aged man frowned unhappily and coldly snorted, "It stands to reason that an inexplicable guest like you should be killed directly." A cold light flashed across Yang Kai's eyes. "However, Master Baya wasn't willing to kill you like this, so she ordered me to arrange a good place for you. When she returns next time, she will come to find you," the middle-aged man explained casually. Yang Kai took a deep breath, knowing that there was no danger for the time being. As long as Baya still wanted something to happen between them, she wouldn't let anyone kill him. Following behind the middle-aged man, they walked for the time it took for an incense stick to burn before they arrived at a huge secret chamber. As soon as they entered, Yang Kai felt an extremely rich energy wash over him. Inside this secret chamber, this energy seemed to be so rich that it was almost tangible. Here at the bottom of the ship, Yang Kai glanced around, his heart filled with shock. He didn't know what this secret chamber was used for, but a series of flashing spirit arrays were scattered throughout every corner of the room, converging together to form a shocking spirit array. These spirit arrays also led deep into the ship's depths. Rows of top-grade crystal stones were arranged in a regular pattern in this secret chamber. Each of these top-grade crystal stones was the size of a wash basin and contained a rich amount of energy. This energy flowed along the lines of the spirit arrays, but Yang Kai didn't know where it was sent. Inside this secret chamber, there was also a grid of independent compartments, each of which had a cultivator sitting cross-legged, their strength varying from high to low. Most of them were Transcendent Realm cultivators, but there were also a few Saint Realm cultivators. The hands and feet of these cultivators were shackled by shackles that extended from the bottom of the secret chamber, making it so they could only move within a small area, unable to leave. These shackles also exuded a strange aura, faintly giving off a restraining effect. Yang Kai's heart sank as he realized the situation was not good. Because he found that each of these shackled cultivators was extremely weak, their faces sallow, the strength in their bodies silently draining away, all of them showing signs of overdraft. The situation was more serious, their auras fluctuating and their cultivations seemingly slipping. "What is this place?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "The starship's power room." The middle-aged man replied casually, "What you need to do is very simple, just sit there like them, you don't need to worry about anything else." Before Yang Kai could ask any more questions, the middle-aged man shouted to the side, "Komeng, I've brought you a newcomer." A figure suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai and swept his eyes over him, showing a satisfied look as he grinned and asked, "His cultivation isn't bad, where did you find him?" The middle-aged man shrugged his shoulders, "Master Baya and the others brought him back." "Master Baya." The man named Komeng frowned for a moment before showing a meaningful smile. She was willing to send this person to the power room. Master Baya went out to perform a task again, so there's no one to watch over him for the time being, so she wanted to put him in the power room. "You take care of him carefully, don't let him die." Komeng grinned wickedly, revealing a mouthful of bestial fangs. "I can't guarantee that, just now an unlucky guy died. You know the situation here, I don't have the final say." The middle-aged man frowned, seemingly understanding Kumeng's difficulties, nodding, anyway, try your best. When Master Baya comes back next time, if he really dies, it will only anger her. Kumeng's face changed dramatically, revealing a deep sense of dread, as if he was also afraid of this beautiful woman. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll distribute more saint crystals to him and try not to weaken him." "Good." The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction, staring deeply at Yang Kai before turning to leave. Chapter 989. The middle-aged man who led Yang Kai here had a brief conversation with the cultivator named Kumeng before leaving directly. While they were talking, Yang Kai didn't say a word and just silently observed his surroundings, a performance that made Kumeng very satisfied. "Boy, come with me." Kumeng beckoned to Yang Kai and led him around this huge secret room. A short time later, they arrived in front of a separate grid. There was originally a cultivator here who had his hands and feet bound in shackles and could only sit cross-legged on the ground, but at this moment, he was already dead, his vitality gone. Before his death, he seemed to have suffered great pain, his eyes were wide open, his mouth was wide open, and the meridians around his neck were bulging, giving him a terrifying appearance. He must have suffered unimaginable torture before his death. His entire body was so thin that he was nothing more than skin and bones, his skin so pale that there was no trace of blood. "Come here, throw this body out," Kumeng shouted to the side. Immediately, a cultivator came over, untied the body from the shackles, picked it up, and quickly disappeared. Kumeng grinned meaningfully and said to Yang Kai, "Boy, be obedient and I won't make you suffer. After all, you are someone Master Baya wants, and I don't want to make her unhappy, so you should cooperate. It will be good for both of us." Yang Kai gently nodded. Kumeng laughed and said, "Good, good, you can sit here." He pointed to the spot where the dead man had just sat. Yang Kai sat down obediently and let him tie the shackles to his hands and feet. This place, which they called the Starship's Power Room, was hiding many Saint Realm Masters. Yang Kai could even feel the aura of a Saint King from this hidden place. As such, he didn't dare act rashly. After the shackles were placed on his body, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed. Because he found that the shackles were releasing a terrifying attractive force that was madly absorbing the Saint Chi in his body. The Saint Chi in his body flowed into the starship through the shackles and merged with the huge Saint crystals to power the starship's movements. Yang Kai finally understood why so many cultivators were bound here. He also understood why the cultivator who was bound here were all dispirited and weak. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to maintain their strength for too long. Those who were strong could maintain their strength for a longer period of time, but if they weren't strong enough, it wouldn't take long for them to die miserably on the spot because of this unrestrained extraction. The cultivator who had been sitting here before had probably died in this way. "Don't be afraid." Kumeng squatted in front of Yang Kai and comforted him. "The starship's power is basically provided by the Saint crystals here." As he spoke, he pointed to the huge neatly arranged Saint crystals nearby. "You people are only here to assist, so there's nothing to worry about. And these are for you, don't think too much about it, just focus on absorbing it." The ring on his hand flashed and a dozen fist-sized Saint crystals appeared in front of Yang Kai. These Saint crystals contained extremely rich energy, and although they couldn't be compared to the ones arranged nearby, they were still quite good. "What do I do when I run out?" Yang Kai picked up a piece of Saint crystal, held it in the palm of his hand, and asked. "Call me when you're done, I'll give you more. You're one of Master Baya's people, so naturally I won't be stingy with you." Kumeng smiled meaningfully. If that bitch Baya came back and found this little brat unable to enjoy himself, he would definitely be punished. "Good." Yang Kai didn't say anything more, directly closing his eyes and beginning to circulate his secret art to absorb the Saint Crystal's power to supplement his own losses. Kumeng straightened up, nodded with satisfaction, and continued to hide in the dark, busying himself with his own affairs. After he left, Yang Kai opened his eyes and secretly glanced around. There were at least 50 to 60 cultivators imprisoned in this power room, and all of these cultivators were very weak, some of them gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of dying at any moment. While Yang Kai was secretly observing, he suddenly discovered that in the darkness, pairs of eyes were staring at him from all directions, like hungry wolves searching for food in the snow, all of them showing a look of greed. These eyes belonged to the imprisoned cultivator, but they weren't interested in Yang Kai, but in the dozen or so Saint Crystals left behind by Kumeng. The shackles that bound them were constantly draining the power from their bodies, so the only way to replenish their strength was to absorb Saint Crystals. They wouldn't be treated so well by Kumeng and be given such a large amount of wealth. In this situation, Saint Crystals meant life. Yang Kai's brow furrowed as he suddenly understood why they were reacting like this. Unobtrusively, Yang Kai placed the dozen or so Saint Crystals between his legs, obscuring these greedy eyes. Closing his eyes and feeling the speed at which the shackles were draining his strength, Yang Kai's heart gradually calmed down. Yang Kai found that the rate at which the shackles were draining his strength wasn't very fast and he could use Saint Crystals to supplement it. In other words, not only would he not face any life-threatening danger while sitting here, he could even use Saint Crystals to improve his cultivation. However, faintly, Yang Kai still felt that things weren't so simple. After all, there were so many people here who were extremely miserable. Learning from the mistakes of others, Yang Kai felt that it was best to be careful. "Friend, friend." Suddenly, a soft voice called out in his ear. At first, Yang Kai didn't care, but the voice kept ringing, as if it was calling out to him. Yang Kai couldn't help frowning as he turned his head to look at the source of the voice. Although there wasn't enough light, Yang Kai could still see to his right that a square-faced young man was smiling at him in a friendly manner. There was even a hint of flattery in this smile. Yang Kai's brow curled slightly as he guessed what this young man wanted to do, asking indifferently, "Are you calling me?" "Yes." The young man nodded quickly, revealing his white teeth in the darkness. "My name is Shen Tu. How should I address you, friend?" "What does that have to do with you?" The young man still smiled cheekily, seemingly not caring about Yang Kai's indifference, saying in a familiar tone, "We're all in the same boat, so why be friends? There's no need to be so vigilant, right?" "I don't like to make friends with strangers." Yang Kai shook his head. "Don't say that." Shen Tu's brow twitched, a wretched expression appearing on his face. As the saying goes, the first time we're strangers, the second time we're friends, and the third time we're not strangers. Yang Kai decisively closed his eyes and ignored this young man. Shen Tu's expression became bitter as he grumbled, Hey, don't ignore me, it's boring to just sit here. Chatting with each other is a good way to relieve boredom. Don't worry, I don't have any ideas about your Saint Crystals. This stupid shackle can't do anything to me. Even if I let it whip me for 100 years, it still won't kill me. I really don't have any ideas about your Saint Crystals. Just look at my complexion, feel my life force fluctuations. I'm completely different from those people who are about to die. Shen Tu chattered endlessly. Yang Kai ignored him, so he continued to nag endlessly, as if he wouldn't give up until Yang Kai spoke. Right, I just heard that man say you were captured by a woman named Baya. TSK, brother, you're really lucky. Out of all the people who caught you, you just had to be caught by that cheap bitch. I advise you, if she wants to do anything to you, don't agree. Her name has already spread throughout the entire Star Territory. Anyone who goes to bed with her won't have a good end. You'll only end up being sucked dry by her. That's the most tragic way to die. just thinking about it makes me shudder. He tried to attract Yang Kai's attention with a topic of interest, awakening his sense of crisis. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Brother, haven't you heard my name? Since we're friends, when we get out of here, I guarantee you there will be benefits for you. I can let you enjoy glory and wealth, no need to worry about food and clothing, saint crystals, artifacts, beauties, whatever you want. Yang Kai's eyes, which had been closed all this time, suddenly opened and a ray of light blossomed in the darkness. Shen Tu gawked for a moment before immediately grinning. He thought he had finally found something Yang Kai was interested in, but just as he was about to continue, something suddenly flew towards him. Shen Tu's eyes flashed and he quickly caught this thing in his hand, but after realizing what it was, his face filled with joy as he turned to Yang Kai gratefully. Brother, thank you, you're really easy to talk to. He hadn't expected that Yang Kai would actually give him a piece of saint crystal without even saying anything. This was the purpose of his showing goodwill to Yang Kai. Although Kumeng would distribute some saint crystals to the cultivator imprisoned here every day in order to maintain their strength and vitality, the amount of saint crystals he distributed simply couldn't cover the cost. Shen Tu hadn't been captured here for too long, and his strength wasn't low, so he was barely able to maintain his vitality, but if he continued like this, he couldn't guarantee how long he would be able to hold on. Today, Yang Kai had obtained more than a dozen pieces of saint crystal, and Kumeng had even generously offered to ask him for more once they were used up. When Shen Tu, who was sitting next to Yang Kai, heard these words, he naturally became interested. In the past, Shen Tu had never cared about wealth and glory, but now, he had never thought that a trivial piece of low-rank saint crystal could make him so happy. This piece of low-rank saint crystal was even more tempting to him than the best woman he could find. Brother, can you give me another piece? In any case, you have so many, you won't be able to use them all up for the time being, Shen Tu shamelessly begged, somewhat unsatisfied. Yang Kai simply grinned at him strangely. Shen Tu didn't know what he meant, but just as he was about to lose his composure, he suddenly heard Yang Kai shout. Kumeng quickly appeared and hurried over to Yang Kai, saying with some displeasure, "What are you doing? Little brat, did you forget what I just said to you? I'm telling you to behave yourself. He stole a piece of my saint crystal when I wasn't paying attention." Yang Kai pointed to Shen Tu next to him. Kumeng followed his finger and saw Shen Tu gripping the piece of low-rank saint crystal tightly, holding it in his arms like a precious treasure, refusing to let go. The smile on Shen Tu's face suddenly stiffened and he was dumbstruck. Chapter 990. Inside the starship's power room, the young man who claimed to be Shen Tu was dumbfounded, seemingly having never expected that Yang Kai would actually frame him. Opening his mouth, Shen Tu wanted to defend himself, but when he saw the saint crystal in his hand, he knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. The current situation was like yellow mud falling on one's crotch, even if it wasn't shit, it was shit. So, he ignored the sharp glare Kumeng shot him, nor did he care about Yang Kai's despicable actions, closing his eyes decisively, holding the saint crystal with both hands, madly circulating his secret art and beginning to absorb its energy. He was like a poor beggar who wanted to eat his fill before dying. This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be dumbfounded. "Little brat, daring to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, your courage isn't small." Kumeng grinned as he rushed over to Shen Tu and began punching and kicking him. His blows were extremely heavy, causing a series of loud bangs to ring out, seemingly not caring about Shen Tu's life or death. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that the places he attacked were all avoiding Shen Tu's vital points, only causing Shen Tu severe pain and not the slightest fatal danger. He also didn't want to kill any of the cultivators who provided power to the starship here. Kumeng grinned as he beat Shen Tu, cursing him harshly as he did so. Shen Tu didn't say a word and simply let Kumeng do as he pleased. His square face was distorted from the pain, but he still continued to absorb the energy from the Saint Crystal, as if he wouldn't give up until he had finished absorbing its energy. Yang Kai's expression became playful as his impression of Shen Tu underwent some subtle changes. Although this guy's performance just now was disgusting to Yang Kai, it was undeniable that he had an extremely strong backbone and was extremely patient. After a while, Kumeng stopped attacking, scolded Shen Tu for a while, then turned around and left. He didn't take the Saint Crystal in Shen Tu's hand, seemingly tacitly agreeing that it belonged to him. However, the price Shen Tu had to pay for this wasn't small either. He had been beaten black and blue by Kumeng, blood leaking from the corners of his mouth. Staring at Kumeng's back as he disappeared into the darkness, Shen Tu wiped the corner of his mouth as a cold light flashed across his eyes. He glanced over at Yang Kai again and sneered softly. The Saint Crystal in his hand had also lost a lot of its energy due to his unrestrained absorption just now, its luster. After being absorbed for a while, it turned to dust and fell from his palm. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Just how much energy was contained in this Saint Crystal, as long as one was a cultivator, they would know. Shen Tu being able to absorb all of it in such a short period of time proved that the secret art he cultivated was not simple. Yang Kai's hand this time, he didn't take this. Shen Tu didn't take it this time and instead just stared at Yang Kai coldly, wearing a wounded and vigilant look as he sneered, "Do you think I'm a fool? Why would I fall for the same trick twice? Yang he to be in Yang B. Shen Tu stared at him for a while but eventually felt it was pointless, so he didn't waste any more energy, nor did he care about the Saint Crystal thrown to him. Time passed slowly. The next day, Kumeng distributed 2 pieces of Saint Crystal to each of the bound cultivator, Yang Kai being no exception. After Shen Tu received the 2 pieces of Saint Crystal, he immediately began to absorb them. After a day of consumption, he had already exhausted the strength in his body and was in desperate need of replenishment. After a short while, the 2 pieces were consumed. Licking his lips, Shen Tu hesitantly stared at the piece of Saint Crystal that Yang Kai had thrown to him yesterday, an internal struggle taking place in his heart. He wanted to take it, but he was afraid that Yang Kai would call Kumeng over again, so he hesitated for a while before finally giving up, secretly cursing Yang Kai for being despicable and shameless. In the end, Shen Tu simply closed his eyes and refused to look at the temptation in front of him. Over the next few days, the situation remained the same. However, as time passed, Shen Tu felt that the strength in his body was becoming more and more insufficient. With his Saint Chi constantly being drained by the shackles and unable to replenish it, he was unable to maintain his peak condition no matter what and gradually began to weaken like everyone else. On the other hand, Yang Kai's situation was in stark contrast to Shen Tu's day. In addition to the dozen or so pieces of Saint Crystal that Kumeng had given Yang Kai at the beginning, Shen Tu would also receive 2 pieces every day. During this time, Yang Kai would deliberately ask Kumeng for more. Yang Kai had only used half of the Saint Crystals he had obtained to maintain his own consumption while the rest were stored in the Demon Mystic Tome in case he needed them in the future. Kumeng didn't refuse Yang Kai's requests. It seemed that because of his relationship with the beautiful woman Baiya, Kumeng wasn't stingy with Yang Kai and was actually quite generous, not only giving him Saint Crystals but also 2 or 3 Saint Pills so he could maintain his physical strength and spirit in case Baiya came back and took him away at any time. This caused Shen Tu's eyes to turn red with envy, and the way he looked at Yang Kai became different, as if he was looking at a gigolo who lived off a woman, filled with contempt and disdain. A few days later, Shen Tu's complexion became worse and worse. He felt that if he didn't receive sufficient supplements, his current realm would be in danger of slipping. Perceiving this critical situation, Shen Tu couldn't care less. One day, after absorbing all the energy he had been allocated, he finally couldn't resist the temptation of the Saint Crystal and picked it up. As he picked it up, he carefully observed Yang Kai's reaction, but what surprised him was that even after he finished absorbing the energy from the Saint Crystal, Yang Kai didn't even spare him a glance, nor did he try to frame him like last time. Shen Tu's expression relaxed, but at that moment, another piece of Saint Crystal flew over. Shen Tu's brow furrowed as he reached out and caught it, staring deeply at Yang Kai, his expression fluctuating as he whispered, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing, in any case, I have more Saint Crystals than I can use," Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Shen Tu's mouth twitched as he sneered, "Even if you give it to me, I won't be grateful to you because I've already suffered a loss from you once, so we're even. If I wanted someone to be grateful, there are so many people here, I could give it to anyone, there's no need for me to give it to you." "What do you want?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. Once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes, Shen Tu didn't trust Yang Kai from the bottom of his heart. "An ally," Yang Kai whispered. "An ally." Shen Tu's eyes narrowed as he glanced around for a while, making sure no one was paying attention before saying meaningfully, "You have a lot of ideas." "You don't have any ideas." Shen Tu was stumped for words and remained silent. "Before, I framed you because you were too noisy. I didn't want to have anything to do with such a talkative person, but right now, you're the only one with any vitality around me, so I have no other choice." "Then I'm really honored," Shen Tu grinned meaningfully, "but having an idea doesn't necessarily mean you'll succeed. Take one step at a time, you can't just sit back and wait for death." Shen Tu's eyes lit up as he grinned, silently and mysteriously, staring at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. The smile on his face disappeared and he once again became frivolous as he sniffled and said, "If you can give me a piece of Saint Crystal every day from now on, our previous grievances can be written off." "Good." Yang Kai nodded generously. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully, "I suddenly find you quite pleasing to the eye." Saying so, he quietly stuffed the Saint Crystal he had just obtained into his sleeve, preparing to use it tomorrow. With his cultivation, he generally only needed 3 pieces of Saint Crystal every day to maintain his strength, but Kumang had only given him 2 in order to prevent him from having enough energy to consider other matters. "Allow me to reintroduce myself, my name is Shen Tuesday, Yang Kai." The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Baiye had gone out on a mission and no one knew when she would return, but Yang Kai estimated that once she returned, his bad luck would follow, so he had to make some preparations before she returned. However, in the power room, basically everyone was extremely weak. As Yang Kai had said, besides Shen Tu, who still had some vitality, everyone else was basically a walking corpse that didn't even have the strength to talk to him. He couldn't get the information he wanted from these people at all. Regardless of what kind of person Shen Tu was, whether he could achieve great things or not, he was the most suitable candidate right now. "How much do you know about this big ship?" Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and communicated with Shen Tuesday. "How much do you know?" Shen Tu asked back. "I only know that there are Saint King Realm Masters guarding this place and that it belongs to a force called Purple Star, I don't know much else." "Then I know more than you," Shen Tu chuckled. Shen Tu grinned meaningfully. They didn't hesitate to use a Saint King grade high-rank starship to come to this dangerous chaotic abyss for 2 women. Those 2 women seem to have something they want. "I've seen those 2 women," Yang Kai interrupted him. "You've seen them?" Shen Tu's eyes lit up. "And one is a 2nd-order saint and the other is a 3rd-order saint, both from Sword Union. What could they possibly have that would make Purple Star go to such great lengths?" "I don't know." Shen Tu also wore a puzzled look. "I just accidentally ran into them outside the chaotic abyss and was captured by them as a laborer. Once I get out, I'll destroy Purple Star sooner or later." Yang Kai gave him a surprised look. That's my lifelong ambition. Shen Tu added. What about the others here? They should all be hostile forces to Purple Star. After they were captured, they were placed in the power room and worked until they died. Every great force is like this, so it's best not to be captured easily, otherwise, the end result will be very tragic. These people aren't so bad, some of them will be assigned to extremely dangerous places to mine, collect herbs. That kind of life or death situation is even more pitiful than the people here. Shen Tu's expression was filled with regret, seemingly having experienced such a thing before, causing Yang Kai to be speechless. After speaking for a while, Shen Tu turned to look at Yang Kai sympathetically, but the most tragic one is you actually caught the eye of that woman named Baiya, ha ha ha. Shen Tu laughed gloatingly, leaving Yang Kai speechless. Chapter 991. While conversing with the young man named Shen Tu, Yang Kai deliberately inquired about the information he wanted to know and gained a lot in the process. Gradually, he began to understand some of the common sense of things. The territory he was currently in was called the Hengluo star field. Although it was extremely large and included countless stars, it was still only a small part of the vast universe. In the Hengluo star field, there were several huge forces that dominated the fate of this territory. Sword Union was one, Purple Star was another, and in addition, there was Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other great forces that coexisted in this territory. Below these top forces, there were countless other forces, large and small, too many to count. Determining whether a force was strong enough depended on whether it had the capital to operate a starship. Generally, a force that owned a super-large artifact like a starship could be considered a tyrant because the cost of building a starship was not cheap and it consumed a lot of resources to maintain. From the many saint crystals arranged in the power room, it could be seen that such a super-large artifact consumed a lot of energy to operate. Generally, small forces didn't have the ability to do so. These great forces have many cultivation stars under their jurisdiction, some have 2 or 3 while others have 7 or 8. Shen Tu obviously knew more about this territory than Yang Kai, and he could also see that Yang Kai didn't seem to know anything about these things, so he didn't hide anything. Cultivation stars? Yang Kai frowned. They are stars that are suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate, Shen Tu explained patiently. The universe is vast and there are countless stars, but most of them, for various reasons, are not suitable for living beings to live in and cultivate. Those that are suitable for living beings to live in are called cultivation stars. Is that so? Yang Kai nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. However, those stars that are not suitable for cultivation are not completely worthless. Some stars are rich in rare ores, while others are rich in spirit grasses and spirit herbs. Those are called ore stars and medicine stars. Every major force has a lot of ore stars and medicine stars. The resources produced by these stars can help them develop themselves well. Of course, there are also those kinds of dead stars. The entire star is lifeless. There are no minerals, no medicinal herbs, and even no energy of heaven and earth. Yang Kai could not help but be moved. On Tongxian realm, the great forces would often fight to the death over a small piece of land, but in the entire territory of Tongxian realm, there were some forces that could control many stars. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Compared to the splendor of the star territory, Tongxian realm suddenly paled in comparison. Every cultivation star has a star master, and the star master is the supreme ruler of that cultivation star. If you and I can reach that height one day, our lives will not have been in vain, Shen Tu chuckled, a look of yearning flashing across his eyes. What kind of cultivation does a Star Master have? Unfathomable. A Saint King grade high-rank starship like this, any Star Master can destroy it with a snap of their fingers. Shintu took a deep breath. Yang Kai was speechless for a while. Although Shintu did not tell him what the cultivation of a Star Master was, Yang Kai could guess that it was definitely beyond the Saint King realm. Above the Saint King realm, there was an even higher realm. Look outside, Shintu quietly motioned. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw the huge and beautiful stars outside the starship. The power room was at the bottom of the entire starship and was responsible for controlling the direction and speed of the starship, so from here, one could see the situation outside. There were transparent and strong windows made of unknown materials all around, and through these windows, one could see the situation in all directions. What do you think of these stars? Shintu asked. The world energy they contain is beyond imagination. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. As early as when he was lost in the chaotic abyss, he had been shocked by the energy contained in these stars. And, looking at the entire Hengluo star field, there is no cultivation star that can compare to any of the stars here. All the great forces in star territory want to develop these stars in the chaotic abyss. Whether it is the blazing hot stars or the bone-chilling cold stars, they are all very suitable for a cultivator to cultivate. Anyone who cultivates there can obtain unimaginable benefits. But I heard that this place is very dangerous, a forbidden area in the entire star territory. The territory of these stars is extremely chaotic. And, it is precisely because the energy contained in these stars is so huge that they can produce these chaotic territory, causing people to lose their sense of direction. It is also for this reason that the chaotic abyss has always been a forbidden area in the star field. No one wants to develop it, let alone cultivate on these stars. Then this starship, you don't need to worry. Any starship carrying a star is of the highest grade and is equipped with a chart master who is proficient in drawing star maps, so starships won't lose their sense of direction here. This is also why they dared to enter this place. Star shuttles are different though. Once affected by the chaotic territory, the star inside a star shuttle can easily be damaged, so no one dares to use a star shuttle here alone. If that's the case, this place can't be called a forbidden area in star territory, right? Are there any other dangers? Suddenly, Kai Yang realized some of the problems. There is indeed. Shintu nodded solemnly, his expression dignified, but what kind of dangers there are, no one can say for sure because no one who enters here has ever returned alive. Yang Kai's expression fluctuated as his thoughts turned sharply, suddenly muttering, if that's the case, what those two sisters have is something Purple Star desperately wants, otherwise, they wouldn't have taken such a big risk to come here. Shintu was startled, but after thinking about it carefully, he nodded in agreement. I really hadn't noticed that, but what could make Purple Star not hesitate to send a Saint King grade high-rank starship into the chaotic abyss? Thinking hard, Shintu came up with nothing. At that moment, from the corner of the power room, a shout suddenly rang out, Baya, Master and the others are back. Yang Kai and Shintu glanced at each other before turning their heads to look out of the cabin. Sure enough, they saw two blue lights rapidly approaching from the cold star field. Your good days have come to an end. Shintu looked at Yang Kai with some sympathy. What do you want to do? Now that slut is back, she definitely won't let you off. Let me say this first, she wants your people, there's nothing I can do to help. Not necessarily. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at the two blue lights that were rapidly approaching him. He seemed to have discovered something different. What do you mean? Shintu was puzzled, not understanding why Yang Kai wasn't worried at all. When they left, there were 3 of them, but now only 2 have returned. I'm afraid there's been an accident, Yang Kai muttered. Shen Tu was stunned for a moment before taking a closer look and discovering that there really were only two blue lights. A moment later, two figures appeared below the starship. Only Master Bai Ye and Master Lu Shan are here, Master Lu Sha isn't. A cultivator nearby exclaimed, and Master Bai Ye and Master Lu Shan seem to be injured. What's the situation? Kumeng stepped out of the darkness and asked coldly. I don't know, subordinate is asking. Saying so, the man poured his divine sense into a compass-like artifact in his hand, seemingly communicating with someone. Outside the starship, Lu Shan also took out an artifact of the same shape. Kai Yang immediately understood that this artifact should be used for long-distance communication. The last time he was brought back by Lu Shan and the others, he had seen Lu Shan use it. Looking out of the power room's window, Yang Kai saw Lu Shan and Bai Ye's disheveled expressions, their bodies covered in wounds and blood, seemingly having just escaped death. The beautiful woman, Bai Ye, no longer had her previous grace and charm, her pretty face filled with fear and anger. From time to time she would look back, as if someone was chasing after her. Ha! You guessed it right. Shen Tu looked out and gloated, serves them right, daring to break into the chaotic abyss, now they've suffered a big loss. They seem to have been injured while fighting, things aren't that simple, Yang Kai said thoughtfully. The two sisters I saw, one was a second-order saint and the other a third-order saint. It was impossible for them to be Lu Shan's opponent, but now one of them is dead and the other two are injured, escaping. There are others in the chaotic abyss. Shen Tu immediately understood, and they are definitely Saint King Realm Masters. Sword Union's people. Yang Kai shouted. Now there's a good show to watch. Sword Union's people actually came to the chaotic abyss, they'll definitely fight. Once they do, we'll have a chance. Shen Tu's eyes flashed brightly in the darkness. I wonder if that's the case. Yang Kai was also secretly looking forward to it. In this current situation, if he didn't cause some kind of disturbance, what awaited him was only the fate of being pampered by that woman Bai Ye. He didn't want to die on top of a woman's belly. As such, he couldn't wait for the situation to become as chaotic as possible. It's Sword Union's people, Sword Union starship is also here. The cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan before shouted, confirming Yang Kai and Shen Tu's conjecture. What? Kumeng's expression changed, their courage is quite big. As soon as these words left his mouth, he suddenly realized that his side had also come in a starship, causing his expression to darken. While they were talking, the cultivator who had been communicating with Lu Shan opened the starship's hatch and let them in. Where are Sword Union's people? Shen Tu stretched out his hand and placed it on his forehead, looking around but finding nothing at all. He couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. If I were Sword Union, after finding those two sisters, would have immediately left the chaotic abyss instead of chasing after Purple Star's starship. Yang Kai said leisurely. Chapter 992. Shen Tu glanced over at Yang Kai, pondered for a moment, and nodded. What you said makes sense, those two sisters must have something extraordinary. As long as we can find them, Sword Union won't need to fight Purple Star here. I find that your way of thinking is somewhat different from ordinary people. Since Lu Shan and the others returned, Yang Kai had been able to infer the truth from various clues, but this was something he couldn't do. He truly admired Yang Kai. Shen Tu, we were placed in the power room mainly to provide power for the starship's operations, right? Yang Kai suddenly asked a random question. And what's wrong? I suddenly have a bad feeling. Yang Kai stared at him deeply. Shen Tu's expression changed as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, what do you feel? Yang Kai just shook his head and didn't answer. The two of them suddenly fell silent as they quietly observed their surroundings, investigating the movements of the cultivator named Kumeng while secretly remaining vigilant. After about a stick of incense worth of time, the compass-shaped artifact in Kumeng's hand suddenly flashed and he quickly poured his divine sense into it to communicate with someone. A moment later, Kumeng put away his artifact and shouted with a dignified expression, "Speed up, chase after Sword Union Starship. Don't let them escape." As soon as this order came out, both Yang Kai and Shintu paled. "You're right, I'm also feeling very bad right now." Shintu's expression was extremely ugly as he cursed angrily, "You damned mouth." The next moment, a humming sound came from inside the huge Saint King Great Starship and its speed suddenly increased, quickly chasing after a certain direction in Star Field. At the same time, the shackles binding Yang Kai and Shintu released an even greater suction force than before, madly absorbing the strength in their bodies. This suction force was twice as strong as before, and in an instant, the energy in their bodies was drained twice as fast. Shintu couldn't help groaning as his body trembled. Even Yang Kai felt pain all over his body. No matter how hard he tried to circulate his secret art, he was unable to resist the loss of his strength. The cultivator bound to the power room was normally only used to provide the starship with auxiliary power. The main source of energy was still the Saint crystals, but once this huge artifact moved, the amount of energy it required would also increase. At that time, disaster would befall people like Shintu and Yang Kai. The energy in their bodies would be extracted even more violently. Common shuttled through the power room, issuing orders with a ferocious expression. It seemed that because of the unrestrained and crazy absorption of the shackles, the cultivator who was restrained in the power room was already in a bad situation. Not long after the starship accelerated, a burst of mournful howls rang out from all directions. Occasionally, one or two people would foam at the mouth and fall to the ground, dead. They really couldn't bear such torture any longer. With their strength drained away, they couldn't bear it any longer. Shintu was secretly shocked, a bitter look appearing on his face. He knew that in his current situation, he wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. If the strength in his body was really drained, even if he didn't die, his cultivation would inevitably fall. Cursing in his heart, Shintu was powerless to change his fate. Sneaking a glance at Yang Kai, Shintu couldn't help feeling lost. He was shocked to find that although Yang Kai's expression was pained and his strength was constantly draining away, the energy fluctuations in his body didn't show any signs of weakening. It was as if his Saint Chi was constantly being replenished. This puzzled Shintu, not understanding why Yang Kai was acting so strangely. "Master, 5 people have died," a cultivator suddenly came to Kumeng's side and reported. If such a beam of light were to hit him, Yang Kai estimated that even if he were to use his full strength, he would likely be reduced to ashes. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling some sympathy for the Sword Union starship. However, the result was beyond his expectations. When the beam of light hit the Sword Union starship, a halo of light suddenly emerged, like a multicolored bubble that wrapped around the Sword Union starship. When the beam of light hit this halo, it created a series of ripples visible to the naked eye that quickly spread out into the depths of the star field. The Sword Union starship only shook slightly before coming out unscathed. Kumeng's excited face suddenly became gloomy. He hadn't expected that the sneak attack he had carefully prepared for this moment would actually be blocked by the other party. With a single order, the starship shook violently again and a second beam of light shot out. "Fuck!" Shintu cursed, his face pale. The strength he had just managed to restore had been completely drained in an instant. Quickly turning to Yang Kai, he screamed, "Yang Kai, help!" Yang Kai stared at him blankly for a moment before recovering. Just now, he had been so focused on the power of the beam of light that he hadn't noticed the changes in his surroundings. After hearing Shintu's shout, Yang Kai was shocked to discover that the neatly arranged saint crystals in the power room had dimmed significantly after the two streaks of light had been released, and the huge amount of energy contained inside them had also been reduced by more than half. At the same time, the saint chi in Yang Kai's body and meridians had also been drained dry by the shackles on his hands and feet. That beam of light required a huge amount of energy to be produced, Yang Kai suddenly realized. The two beams of light not only required a huge amount of saint crystals in the power room, but also put an unimaginable burden on the cultivator bound here. After the two beams of light, half of the 50 to 60 cultivator bound here had died in an instant, their vitality vanishing and their souls dissipating. Those who were still alive were gasping for breath, seemingly on the verge of death. As long as another beam of light struck, they would undoubtedly die. Shintu and Yang Kai's situation was the best. Yang Kai quickly took out a drop of yang liquid from the dantian and filled his body and meridians again while tossing the saint crystals he had previously hidden toward Shintu's day. Shintu's eyes lit up as he eagerly grabbed these saint crystals and began absorbing them madly, his face gradually turning ruddy. "You dare fight back?" Kumeng shouted again. It seemed that because Purple Star's starship had launched an all-out attack, Sword Union's side was unwilling to sit back and wait for death, retaliating in kind. A beam of light shot out from the other side and a defensive energy shield appeared around Purple Star's starship. With a loud bang, the starship shook violently. Shintu's face turned pale again as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He didn't even have time to curse. Whether it was the starship's beam of light or the defensive energy shield, both required an unimaginable amount of energy. Every time the two starships collided, Shintu and the others would have to bear an unimaginable burden. "Attack, I want them to be smashed to pieces." Kumeng shouted hysterically as if his dignity had been offended. "Master, the crystal cannons can't be used anymore, otherwise, the saint crystals won't have enough energy," a nearby cultivator reminded. Kumeng's brow furrowed as his irritable mood gradually calmed down. He finally realized this problem. At that moment, the compass-like artifact in his hand flashed again. Kumeng's expression became serious as he poured his divine sense into it, communicating with it for a while before grinning and waving his hand. "Open the hatch, today we'll show these fools from Sword Union our strength." "Yes." The next moment, the hatch of the starship opened and a number of figures belonging to Purple Star's cultivators appeared, flying towards Sword Union on their various artifacts. Chapter 993. The artifacts used by the Purple Star cultivators included star shuttles, war chariots, and flying carriages, all of which were suitable for fighting in the star field, dazzling everyone who saw them. On the Sword Union side, a large number of people suddenly appeared outside the starship and fearlessly rushed over. When the two sides met, a great battle broke out instantly. Inside the star field, halos of light spread out as magnificent and powerful martial skills erupted and the brilliance of artifacts shone brightly. Purple Star and Sword Union's two sides fought fiercely as soon as the battle began. In the chaotic battle, a number of high-grade artifacts were riddled with holes and shattered into pieces. Pieces of burning artifact fragments rained down like a rain of flames, dazzling the eyes with a dazzling light, like the most brilliant fireworks exploding, a breathtaking sight, but with them were countless lifeless corpses, forever lost in this chaotic abyss. In this chaotic battlefield, most of the figures were Saint Realm Masters, while the Transcendent Realm cultivators were as weak as ants. There were even some figures who exuded a tyrannical aura that belonged to Saint Kings. These figures displayed earth-shattering divine abilities as they slaughtered the weaker cultivators on the other side. Wherever they went, the cultivators on the other side would be reduced to ashes, their souls dispersing. Both sides of the battle suffered huge losses. No one was willing to show weakness, and no one was willing to admit defeat easily, so a steady stream of reinforcements were dispatched from their respective starships and joined the battle. For a time, the two sides were evenly matched. In the Star territory, whether it was Sword Union or Purple Star, they were both first-class forces. Each of them controlled at least 4 or 5 cultivation stars and countless ore stars and medicine stars. Using their huge reserve resources, they could provide unimaginable supplies for their respective cultivator to grow and develop. Their leaders didn't care about such losses at all. Yang Kai was speechless for a long time. He was completely shocked. He was still immersed in the power of the divine light shot out by the starship. He never thought that such an incredible thing would exist in the vast Star territory. Ever since he came to the Star territory, everything he saw and heard was beyond his imagination. He immediately realized that the Star territory was much more interesting than he had imagined. His eyes glistened with divine light as his blood boiled. He did not shrink back in fear because of what he had seen and heard. Instead, he looked forward to it. Because only in a wonderful place could he live a more wonderful life. Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Shen Tu's voice called out again. Yang Kai turned to look at him. Shen Tu wore a bitter expression as he pursed his dry lips. Can you give me some more saint crystals? I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, his strength was on the verge of drying up. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Yang Kai threw him 5 or 6 saint crystals without saying a word. Many thanks. A grateful look appeared on Shen Tu's face as he sincerely thanked Yang Kai before taking the opportunity to begin absorbing the energy. Yang Kai calmed his mood and coldly glanced around, silently listening to the sound of footsteps and energy fluctuations coming from inside the ship, his eyes gradually lighting up. After a while, Shen Tu breathed a heavy sigh of relief and muttered, I've finally recovered. Damn, if they had fired that crystal cannon again just now, I would have died immediately. That was a close call. Saying so, he turned to Yang Kai gratefully, I can't thank you enough, I'll remember this time. Shen Tu, what is your true cultivation? Yang Kai suddenly glanced over at him and asked in a low voice. Shen Tu was startled and his expression flickered, seemingly wanting to change the subject but soon grinned, Did you see through it? If I couldn't see through it, I'd be blind. Yang Kai said coldly. The aura fluctuations coming from Shen Tu's body were around the First Order Saint realm, comparable to Yang Kai. However, at the critical moment just now, when Shen Tu was absorbing the energy from those crystal stones, an unusual energy fluctuation had emerged from his body. Yang Kai judged that he was hiding his cultivation. Being able to hide one's cultivation inside the Purple Star starship was not something everyone could do. This Shen Tu wasn't simple. Third Order Saint. Shen Tu's expression suddenly became serious as he whispered back. Yang Kai nodded, knowing that he shouldn't be lying. Why do you ask? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression. Nothing, but if you have the strength, we can probably do something. Right now, there aren't many people inside the starship and most of the masters have gone out to fight. Even this power room's defenses are much worse than before, Yang Kai said meaningfully. Originally, there was a Saint King Realm Master guarding the power room, but after the battle broke out just now, the aura of this Saint King Realm Master had disappeared. Yang Kai guessed that he should have gone out. On top of that, the number of Purple Star cultivators in the power room had been reduced by more than half. Now, besides Kumeng, who was a Third Order Saint, the rest were First Order or Second Order Saints. There were less than 10 of them, all of whom were sitting in the spirit arrays in the power room, maintaining the operation of the starship. What do you want to do? Don't act recklessly, These shackles are mixed with primordial stones. We can't use our strength while bound by them. Shintu's expression changed as he suddenly understood what Yang Kai was planning. Then let's have someone untie them. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously, his expression suddenly becoming extremely weak as his vitality dimmed. Yang Kai signaled to Shintu with his eyes. Shintu's expression became bitter as he hesitated for a moment before he grit his teeth and said, "Forget it. In any case, this father's life was saved by you, so I'll accompany you in your madness." Then he began to shout loudly. Kumeng, who was watching the battle from the side of the power room, heard this shout and his expression suddenly became cold. Turning his head, he glared towards Shintu and Yang Kai and muttered, "You two aren't dead yet?" This was somewhat beyond his expectations. During the confrontation between the two starships just now, the cultivator who was shackled here had basically been drained of all their strength and died of exhaustion. Shintu and Yang Kai, however, were still alive, which surprised Kumeng greatly. "My vitality has always been strong, but he's about to die." Shintu continued to shout, "Master, isn't this guy the one by your needs?" Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to just let him die like this? Kumeng frowned as he stared deeply towards Yang Kai, sweeping him with his divine sense and noticing Yang Kai's weakness, saying impatiently, "How troublesome, just die and end it all. What's the point of leaving him with a single breath?" Saying so, he quickly walked over to Yang Kai. When he was commanding the starship just now, he hadn't thought too much about it, so he hadn't paid much attention to Yang Kai's situation. Now that he had calmed down, he had to carefully consider whether that slut Baiya would take her anger out on him if Yang Kai really died. He couldn't afford such a responsibility. So, he walked over to Yang Kai, took out a special key, and unlocked the shackles, releasing him from his shackles. He was caught off guard. After all, Yang Kai looked extremely weak, his strength barely fluctuating at all. What's more, Kumeng was a third-order saint, so when facing Yang Kai, a first-order saint, he had a psychological advantage. This kind of self-righteous advantage had brought him a lot of bad luck. The moment the shackles were unlocked, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and bit down hard. Immediately after, he wiped the wound on his fingertip towards his left eye. Golden blood poured into his left eye, causing the originally black and white eye to instantly turn golden. Yang Kai raised his head and stared at Kumeng. When their four eyes met, Kumeng suddenly became absent-minded. Staring at the majestic golden light, he actually felt a sense of panic, as if he had become extremely small in front of it. A vortex appeared in the golden eye and a strong suction force emerged from this vortex, pulling at his soul, causing it to tremble, as if it was about to be pulled out of his body. Paling, Kumeng let out a strange cry and resisted with all his strength. Yang Kai had already used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy, causing his temperament to change dramatically. The temperature of the entire power room seemed to plummet, becoming extremely cold. That evil and ruthless aura swept through the surroundings with a loud rumble. Yang Kai's body slammed into Kumeng's chest like a cannonball, an incredible power erupting from his body as he violently beat Kumeng. Blood splattered, and clear fist marks and palm marks protruded from Kumen's back. His clothes instantly turned into powder. Even someone as strong as Kumeng was unable to withstand Yang Kai's bombardment while he was absent-minded. Before he could even summon his divine technique or artifact, he was beaten dizzily. In the blink of an eye, Kumeng's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist, a rain of blood scattering in all directions, like a red rose in full bloom. An illusory figure that was exactly the same as Kumen stood where he was originally. It was Kumeng's soul avatar. Even now, he still didn't seem to have realized what had happened to him, staring blankly at Yang Kai, a blank look on his face. From the golden pupil in Yang Kai's left eye, a powerful suction force emerged and pulled Kumeng's soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Amidst the bloody mist, Yang Kai quickly grabbed the special key that could open the shackles and threw it directly to Shin Tuesday. "Open it yourself," Yang Kai exhorted before disappearing like a gust of wind. The next moment, a miserable howl rang out from the power room, followed by a great commotion. Shin Tu was shocked, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. When he learned about Yang Kai's intentions just now, Shin Tu had decided to accompany him in his madness, but he hadn't asked Yang Kai what his plans were or what they were going to do. He had thought that Yang Kai was going to leave here for a while and wait for an opportunity to act. As for whether Yang Kai would take care of him and take him away, Shin Tu didn't think much about it. After all, he had already been saved by Yang Kai once, so he didn't want to ask for too much. How could he have known that this guy would be so crazy and direct, launching a violent attack the moment the shackles were unlocked? What made Shin Tu even more speechless was that Kumeng, a third-order saint cultivator, was actually defeated by Yang Kai in a single blow. Chapter 994. How did he do it? How was this possible? Shin Tu held the key thrown to him by Yang Kai in his hand as he stared blankly at the bloody mist that filled the sky, a storm raging in his heart. Even if it were him, if he were to fight with Kumeng, who would win in the end was unknown. Yang Kai was just a first-order saint, so how could he instantly kill Kumeng? Even if Kumeng had been careless, he would not have been powerless to fight back. His realm and strength were clear for all to see. Everything had happened so suddenly that Shin Tu was caught off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, immersed in shock, forgetting his own situation and even forgetting to undo his shackles. It was at this moment that he suddenly realized that this Yang Kai was extremely dangerous. He could kill Kumeng in an instant, which meant that if Shin Tu had been careless, he too would have been killed in the blink of an eye. Shin Tu was so shocked that he almost cried out. "How long are you going to stand there in a daze?" Yang Kai's low voice called out. Shin Tu suddenly came back to his senses and quickly used the key to unlock the shackles binding him. In the next moment, dense bolts of lightning suddenly spread out from his body, each one like a snake with sharp fangs, making him look like he was wrapped in lightning, a terrifying sight to behold. The lifelike electric snake slithered around his body and suddenly shot out in all directions. In an instant, the entire power room was flashing with electric arcs. Shin Tu laughed fiercely. "Brother, you've played quite well, I admire you greatly." As he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared and in the next moment, appeared next to a first-order Saint Purple Star cultivator. This Purple Star cultivator was about to launch a sneak attack on Yang Kai, but Shin Tu quickly grabbed him by the neck. The violent thunder and lightning began to surge, and the martial artist began to tremble violently. The huge amount of energy that could even paralyze a person's soul poured into his body, causing him to instantly lose control of his body. A charred smell filled the air as plumes of smoke rose from the top of the cultivator's head. By the time Shin Tu released him, he had become a charred corpse that fell to the ground, no longer showing any signs of life. The power room was the heart of the entire starship, so normally, it was heavily guarded by Saint King Realm Masters to prevent any accidents from happening. But this time, it seemed that Yang Kai had been too focused on Sword Union's side, so most of the masters guarding this place had been dispatched as reinforcements, leaving only Kumeng behind. Kumeng died first. Everyone else, under the combined efforts of Yang Kai, who had already used his demon transformation and Shin Tu managed to escape, no one could resist. Relying on his powerful physique and surprise attacks, Yang Kai quickly killed 5 Saint Realm cultivator. After circling around the power room, he found that only he and Shin Tu were still alive. The last cultivator, who had seen the situation turn bad and was about to escape, was struck down by Shintu's lightning strike and ravaged to death. "I'm finally free, ahaha!" Shintu shouted, like a beast that had just been freed. "Where do we go now?" "You're more familiar with this place, lead the way." Yang Kai looked at him coldly. "There's no hurry, before we leave, let's give Purple Star a big gift." Shintu suddenly smiled mysteriously, a crazed look appearing on his face. Entering the power room's central spirit array, Shintu sat down cross-legged. Releasing his divine sense, Shintu circulated the strength in his body and connected himself to the central spirit array. Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression but did not stop him, simply waiting quietly. After being trapped in the power room for so many days, Yang Kai had also gained a certain understanding of the massive starship artifact and the role of the spirit array Shintu was currently in. This was the central spirit array that could control the starship. Shintu obviously wanted to use this Saint King grade high-rank starship to do something. The spirit array's veins lit up and the starship, which had been anchored somewhere in star field, slowly turned around for a moment before coming to a stop. Heh, today I'll let you know that Master Shintu is not easy to bully. Shintu suddenly opened his eyes, a violet light flashing across them as he poured the power from his body into the spirit array below him. The next moment, the starship's hull shook violently. A huge beam of light suddenly shot out from the starship's hull, carrying with it a destructive aura as it shot straight towards the chaotic battlefield. At the same time, Yang Kai keenly felt that the energy contained in the Saint crystals placed in the power room's spirit array had decreased in an instant, and their originally crystal clear light had also dimmed significantly. As the beam of light shot out, the cultivators from both Sword Union and Purple Star who were fighting stopped what they were doing and stared in horror at the beam of light that was growing larger and larger in front of them, all of them screaming as they tried to use their flight-type artifacts to flee in panic. But it was too late. The beam of light was extremely fast and in the blink of an eye it fell on top of the heads of these cultivators. The entire world suddenly became clear. The noisy sounds of battle and the fierce confrontation all stopped at this moment. The people who were still alive stared blankly at this doomsday-like scene, as if they could not speak. Their mouths were open, and their throats were exposed to the air. The beam of light passed through the battlefield and shot towards a certain place in the vast universe. All that was left was a large area that had been cleansed. There, many cultivators had been displaying their divine technique and using their artifacts to fight. But at this moment, there was nothing left. It was as if they had never existed in the first place. At least 100 cultivators had their traces erased by the beam of light. Inside the power room, Shintu laughed wildly, as if he had done something he was proud of. Yang Kai frowned. Although he felt that it wasn't right for Shintu to kill so many people from Sword Union in order to take revenge, he didn't say anything. He had no friendship with Sword Union, and even He Zhao and He Miao were only acquaintances with him, so he didn't want to meddle in their business. Have you vented your anger? Since you've vented your anger, hurry up and leave, Yang Kai shouted. After what you've done, there will soon be masters coming to inspect this place. You're right. Shintu also suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly leapt up from the spirit array's core and flew out together with Yang Kai. Inside the entire starship, only a few cultivators were still active, and because of the beam of light that had just shot out, they were all alarmed and rushed towards the starship's power room. Shintu seemed to have a good understanding of the structure of the starship and led Yang Kai along a path that no one had ever taken before. Along the way, the two of them were unimpeded and didn't encounter any trouble. Where are we going? This isn't the way out of the starship, is it? Yang Kai followed behind Shintu for a while before suddenly asking with a sullen expression. Although he wasn't familiar with this place, he still had his own keen intuition and felt that Shintu was leading him around the starship in a roundabout fashion, not intending to leave at all. Leave. Shintu concealed his aura as he quietly moved forward, glancing back at him. Do you have the correct star? Yang Kai shook his head. How can you leave without a star? Shintu chuckled. Do you have a star shuttle? Yes. Yang Kai nodded, but I heard that my star shuttle is broken and can't copy a star. It doesn't matter, we'll just grab someone and let them take us away, Shintu said casually. Who should we grab? If we can just grab anyone, there's a second-order saint cultivator a few hundred meters to the left, we might as well grab him, Yang Kai proposed. Shintu shook his head. He won't do. Even if we catch him, we won't be able to leave the chaotic abyss. You know what happens if we get lost in the chaotic abyss. My goal isn't just to escape from this starship. Yang Kai's expression changed as he suddenly realized, you want to capture the chart master on this starship. It's easy to talk to smart people, Shintu grinned. I want to find that guy. Do you know where he lives? I know his approximate location, as for whether we can find him, that'll depend on luck. Yang Kai didn't say anything and quietly followed behind Shintu's day. He had heard Shintu talk about chart masters before. In the vast territory of the star domain, there was a group of people who specialized in drawing star fields to provide cultivators with the correct flight path. These people were called chart masters. A powerful chart master could draw a star that would allow a cultivator to accurately avoid the potential dangers in the star field, allowing them to smoothly reach the place they wanted to go. The star chart masters could draw was extremely accurate, so no matter how far they flew, there wouldn't be much error. Basically, each chart master's star was different, and each star chart master drew had its own advantages and disadvantages. The prices they sold for were also different. The more expensive ones could be sold for tens of thousands of saint crystals, hundreds of thousands of saint crystals, or even more, while the cheaper ones could be bought for just a few pieces of saint crystal. Map masters with outstanding craftsmanship were highly welcomed in any large faction. Their status was revered, and although they were not necessarily very powerful, they were treated as esteemed guests by various large factions. Inside a starship, there would often be a chart master. Because a starship could change directions at any time, a chart master would be needed to determine the appropriate route and whether there was danger ahead. Becoming a chart master was several times more difficult than becoming an alchemist or artifact refiner because a chart master needed to master the structure of the entire territory of the star field. Even the positions of the countless stars and the distances between them had to be memorized. Chart masters were also the rarest profession in the entire territory of the star field. They were often passed down to only one person and couldn't be trained in large quantities. Because the growth of any chart master required a serious and responsible master to teach them over a long period of time. This was an extremely time-consuming and exhausting task. Even if an outstanding chart master accepted a disciple, they would only accept one or two, any more, and they wouldn't be able to teach them all. The basic star chart masters were also the foundation of their legacy and wouldn't easily be passed down to outsiders. All kinds of information about chart masters flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he suddenly discovered that this profession seemed to be quite extraordinary. Chapter 995. Inside the purple starship, in an extremely luxurious room, a short and fat old man anxiously poured his divine sense into a compass artifact, trying to contact Komeng in the power room, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get any response. What the hell is going on? The short and fat old man wiped the sweat from his forehead and stamped his feet anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, he hurriedly opened the door and prepared to rush to the power room to see the situation himself. But as soon as the door opened, he saw two young men exuding malevolent auras rushing towards him. The old man didn't think too much about it and simply shouted to the two young men, "You two, come here." Shentu's eyes lit up as he whispered, "It's this old man, he's the chart master of this starship. I saw him enter the power room that day." Yang Kai nodded and followed behind Shentu, quickly arriving in front of the old man. "What's the situation in the power room? Why hasn't Kumeng responded to this old master's message?" The old man shouted angrily. Shentu grinned at him, revealing his fangs. "Kumeng is already dead, of course he can't reply to you." The old man's expression froze for a moment before he realized something was wrong. Just as he was about to turn around and return to his room, a bright electric snake rushed out from Shentu's body and directly wrapped around the old man's body, binding him up. The powerful electric current instantly paralyzed the old man, making him unable to move. "Take him and run." Shentu glanced around and determined that no one was paying attention before turning around and flying off in another direction. Yang Kai's face remained cold as he lifted the old man tied up by the electric snake and said lightly, "If you want to live, cooperate obediently, or I'll kill you." Although this chart master from the Purple Star starship wasn't young, his strength wasn't high, only a third-order transcendent, so he had been easily taken down by Shentu in a single exchange. Yang Kai had even managed to grab him without any resistance. Generally, chart masters didn't have high cultivations because they devoted a lot of energy and time to studying the mysteries of star and star field, so they didn't have much time to cultivate. This also caused them to be unable to protect themselves when they encountered danger. "Who are you people?" the old man shouted. "Who we are is none of your business, you just need to take us out of this chaotic abyss. Once we leave here, we'll naturally let you go, we promise not to harm a single hair on your head," Shentu said coldly as he ran. "Okay, I'll take you away, but you have to go to the engine room of the battleship first or you'll die," the old man hurriedly shouted. Shentu sneered, "Do you think we're fools? It wasn't easy for us to escape from the power room, and there are now many Purple Star cultivators gathered there. If we go there now, wouldn't we be throwing ourselves into a trap? You don't understand. I have my reasons for asking you to go to the power room. I'm not asking you to throw yourself into a trap." The old man's voice was mournful. "If you don't take me there, not only will the three of us die, we won't be able to keep this warship either. It's best if the starship can't be saved, it's none of my business." Shentu gloated. "Why can't I get through to you? There's a great danger sweeping through the chaotic abyss right now. If we don't act quickly, none of us will survive." Shentu's footsteps came to a halt as he stared back at the old man. "What do you mean? Speak clearly. Look outside yourself." The old man didn't answer and instead gestured towards the outside. Shentu and Yang Kai glanced at each other, both feeling that this old man wasn't being an alarmist, quickly rushing to the side of the corridor and looking out through the transparent window. Outside, there were still huge and beautiful stars, but at this moment, there was a dense halo of light on the surface of these beautiful stars that were rich in heaven and earth energy. They looked illusory, as if they had fallen into the clouds. The powerful territory created by these stars seemed to have become somewhat chaotic. The cultivators from both sides, Sword Union and Purple Star, who were originally engaged in a fierce battle, also stopped fighting and instead flew towards their respective starships in a hurry. "They're coming back. What's going on?" Shentu's face changed drastically. "Is it because of the crystal cannon shot I fired?" Yang Kai just stared at him, not saying a word. Shentu felt quite embarrassed and shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't expect it to be like this, I just wanted to vent some of my anger. I don't think it has anything to do with you. Otherwise, the people from Sword Union wouldn't have retreated and would have instead chased after us. Both sides are retreating, so they should have noticed some kind of danger approaching. Yang Kai looked at the old man in his hand and quickly asked, "What kind of danger is it?" "A riot in their territory. You won't be able to sense it from here. The reason they're all coming back is because they sensed that the territory of the stars in the chaotic abyss is very different from before, so they don't dare stay outside. We have to leave here quickly. If we're too late, even if we hide inside the starship, we won't be safe." A riot in their territory. Shen Tu's expression changed. The biggest danger in the chaotic abyss. The old man hurriedly explained, "Do you think the chaotic territory is simply a distraction? You're wrong. The stars in the chaotic abyss contain an unimaginable amount of world energy, and this world energy is constantly in a saturated state, the limit of what this space can withstand. Normally, it can maintain a kind of balance, but if there is excessive stimulation, this balance will be broken and the territory will explode. You can imagine what the result will be, right?" Yang Kai and Shen Tu glanced at each other, both of their faces going pale. "Do you understand or not?" The old man's spittle flew everywhere, not having the slightest awareness of his status as a prisoner. "Do you understand?" Shen Tu asked faintly. "Nonsense. This old master is a chart master. If this old master doesn't understand, who would?" The old man reprimanded, leaving Shen Tu speechless. "Since you understand, why didn't you stop the two sides before they fought? Isn't it because they fought that the balance of the territory here was broken?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. The old man's expression became awkward, and he no longer had the arrogance from before. He muttered, "I only realized it after they started fighting. This old man's astrology is not omniscient and omnipotent. Who would have thought that this place would be so dangerous? Stargazing technique." Yang Kai frowned. "It's a mystery that all chart masters are proficient in. I'll explain it to you another day. What do we do now? This old man doesn't look like he's lying." Shen Tu suddenly had no idea what to do. If what this old man said was true, then he and Yang Kai's efforts to capture him were meaningless. Once the territory of the chaotic abyss exploded, they wouldn't even have a place to hide. Staying inside the starship would at least provide them with a layer of protection. This was a Saint King grade high-rank starship. However, many of Purple Star's masters were about to return to the starship, so staying here wasn't a perfect solution. "You have an idea, aren't your thoughts very agile?" Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai with scorching eyes, hoping he could point out a way to survive. "What is the status of this chart master in Purple Star?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "His status is extremely high." Shen Tu looked at the old man. "Grandmaster Wuxia ranks in the top 3 among all of Purple Star's star chart masters. He has always been a highly sought-after figure by the other great forces. You know this old master?" The old man looked at Shen Tu in surprise. "I've heard of you," Shen Tu grinned. "Let's go to the power room," Yang Kai quickly said. Shen Tu's eyes narrowed, seemingly hesitating, but after pondering for a moment, he nodded, "I'll do as you say." If what he said is true, going outside is a dead end. "Let's go." Yang Kai picked up the chart master named Wuxia and returned to the power room. The corridor outside the power room was overcrowded with people. The cultivator who had returned from the chaotic abyss battlefield and the people who had been left behind on the starship had all rushed over, all of them wanting to know why the crystal cannon had fired just now, not only killing so many enemies but also their own people. They were all very angry because if they had been unlucky just now, they might have been the ones to be killed. But after learning about the situation inside the power room, their anger was immediately extinguished. There were no survivors inside the power room. Kumeng and a dozen other Saint Realm cultivator had all been killed by an unknown enemy. Inside the power room, a middle-aged man in brocade robes stood with his hands crossed behind his back, his expression dignified. His cold eyes swept the situation inside the power room before stopping at the two pairs of shackles that had been opened and coldly snorted, "Waste." With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see how Kumeng had died. Although he did not know exactly what had happened here, he could guess the general situation. The shackled cultivator had launched a desperate counterattack, taking advantage of Kumeng's carelessness to kill him, snatch the key, and release his companions, setting off a bloody storm inside the power room. After killing everyone, the two little rats who had escaped took control of the starship and fired a crystal cannon at the battlefield, causing heavy losses to the Purple Star cultivator. Kumeng, that waste, his death is not worth regretting. The middle-aged man was extremely angry. Just as he was about to order a search for the escaped cultivator, a stern voice suddenly came from outside the power room. "Who are you? Quickly release Grandmaster Wuxia or else you'll suffer." The middle-aged man's expression turned cold as he looked outside. From the other side, a somewhat cynical voice called out, make way, and don't even think about doing anything. If you make a move, your Grandmaster Wuxia will be finished." A moment later, a group of 3 figures appeared inside the power room. Of the 2 unfamiliar young men, one was walking in front while the other was gripping Wuxia's lifeline with a cold expression, his divine sense and Saint Chi enveloping him, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Chapter 996. Looking at the angry and murderous middle-aged man, Shen Tu couldn't help shrinking his neck and smiling awkwardly. "We didn't want to come back either. No fool would return after escaping from a cage." If it weren't for the fact that they had no other choice, Shen Tu and Yang Kai would have already escaped with Wuxia. "Grandmaster, you can rest assured, with me here, no one will dare hurt you." The middle-aged man looked at Wuxia and comforted him. "If you try anything funny, I'll kill him immediately." Yang Kai's Saint Chi and divine sense were ready to explode as he coldly swept his eyes around. "Little brat, you dare." The middle-aged man's complexion changed, a look of hesitation appearing on his face. On the other hand, Wuxia, who was being held by Yang Kai, stretched out his hand and hurriedly said, "Gue Qin, let's put aside your grievances for now. It wasn't easy for me to convince these 2 to bring me to the power room. The most important thing for us now is to leave here as soon as possible." Listening to him say this, Lu Guichen's expression also became dignified. "The territory field outside seems to be undergoing some changes. Grandmaster, what is going on?" "The territory field is about to erupt. Quickly control the starship to turn around." Wuxia commanded before turning to Yang Kai and saying, "Boy, if you want to live, take me to the star array." Yang Kai nodded and followed his instructions, walking to a corner of the power room. Shen Tu followed closely behind, looking around vigilantly. The Purple Star cultivator also took action, each of them performing their respective duties under Lu Guichen's command and beginning to take control of the starship. On Yang Kai's side, Wuxia was still firmly under his control. The huge star array was lit up and in front of Yang Kai, a 3-dimensional image of the star field that had been shrunk countless times appeared, creating a magnificent sight. This was the huge star array stored inside the starship, similar to the star array stored inside the star shuttle, but much more detailed and complex. Wuxia immersed himself in this miniature star territory array and began to work on it. He was the chart master of the warship and had the responsibility of guiding the warship. He could find the safest and fastest escape route for the warship in the shortest amount of time. Not long after, on the territory map, which had shrunk countless times, a bright line was lit up by Wuxia. The source was the current location of the battleship, and the end was where the battleship was headed. If nothing unexpected happened, the warship would follow this route and sail out of the chaotic abyss. After finishing all this, Wuxia let out a heavy breath and nodded to Lu Guichin. Lu Guichin nodded and ordered the starship to move quickly. 3 Saint Kings, the pressure is great. Shen Tu stood beside Yang Kai and silently observed purple stars line up. Inside the power room, in addition to Lu Guichin, the Saint King Realm Master, there were 2 other Saint Kings. In addition, there was an endless stream of Saint Realm cultivators. Wuxia and Yang Kai were like sheep in a pack of wolves, surrounded by so many powerhouses. If they were even the slightest bit careless, they would be crushed to pieces. Fortunately, Wuxia's status wasn't low, so Purple Star didn't dare act rashly. Do you have any good plans? Shen Tu looked at Yang Kai. No, let's take it one step at a time. We'll talk about it after we leave the chaotic abyss. Yang Kai shook his head. Shen Tu sighed faintly, feeling like his luck was extremely bad. He had just been cruising through the chaotic abyss and had accidentally been caught on this starship, but now he had to experience this life and death situation. It was truly torturous. How did these 2 get in? On the other side, Lu Guichin asked in a low voice with a gloomy expression. Lu Shan, who was standing next to him, pursed his lips and said, the one with the lower strength was brought back by Baiya. Baiya. Lu Guichen's gaze swept across the crowd and accurately landed on the enchanting beauty, a cold light flashing across his eyes as a cold and gloomy aura burst forth from his mind. Among the crowd, Baiya screamed miserably, clutching her head as she screamed in pain. In an instant, her clothes were soaked in sweat, exposing her exquisite figure to everyone's eyes. No one dared to appreciate this beautiful scene. All the Purple Star cultivators were secretly on edge, not daring to breathe because they knew that Lu Guichin was extremely terrifying when he was angry. I'll spare your life for now. After this crisis is resolved, I'll settle accounts with you. Lu Guichin coldly snorted. Baiya trembled in fear and trepidation as she hurriedly said, Many thanks, Master, for sparing my life. Subordinate will definitely atone for this crime. Saying so, her beautiful eyes turned towards Yang Kai, a deep hatred flashing across her eyes. She hadn't expected that this young man she didn't put in her eyes would cause such a big mess. If she had known this would happen, even if she had 10 times the courage, she wouldn't have dared to bring Yang Kai back to the starship and would have killed him in the chaotic abyss long ago. She hated Yang Kai so much that she wished she could skin him alive and let him taste all the torture in the world. Master, the Saint Crystal's energy is not enough. Suddenly, a cultivator hurriedly reported. Lu Guichen's cold eyes suddenly turned towards Yang Kai and Shen Tuesday. Shen Tu shrugged his shoulders indifferently. I just fired a crystal cannon shot. What are you looking at me for? If you have time to glare at me, you might as well reposition the Saint Crystal. The crystal cannon required an enormous amount of energy. Kumeng had fired it twice before he died, and Shen Tu had fired it again, almost draining all the Saint Crystal energy in the power room. Now that the starship had to escape the chaotic abyss at full speed, the remaining energy in the Saint Crystal was obviously not enough. There's no time to reposition it. Lu Guichin took a deep breath and shouted, all cultivators above the second-order Saint Realm, come in and provide power to the starship. Many cultivators wore bitter expressions as they walked in unwillingly, but under Lu Guichen's gaze, they had no choice but to sit in the position where Yang Kai, Shen Tu, and the others had been sitting before, grabbing the shackles with both hands and allowing them to extract their strength, replacing the Saint Crystal's energy with their own Saint Qi. In an instant, the 50 to 60 Saint Realm cultivators trembled in pain. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. They kept stuffing pills into their mouths while holding Saint Crystals in their hands to supplement their own consumption. Shen Tu grinned as he watched the Purple Star cultivator endure the torture he had suffered before, seemingly very happy. With the 50 to 60 cultivators providing energy, the starship's speed seemed to increase significantly. But in the next moment, with a loud hum, the starship's speed suddenly slowed down. Not only that, there seemed to be a huge force pulling on the starship, preventing it from moving forward. Under the influence of this force, the starship began to retreat faster and faster. It's too late. It's too late. Wuxia's face went ashen as his body trembled like a sieve, muttering unconsciously, "It's all over now." As soon as he said this, the entire starship seemed to have lost control and began flying towards a certain spot in the star field, causing everyone to lose their footing and be thrown around in the power room. "Look outside!" Someone suddenly screamed. Everyone turned their eyes to the window. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as an uncontrollable sense of horror filled the depths of his heart. Outside, the huge stars were erupting with an unimaginable amount of energy. This energy was visible to the naked eye and was extremely rich. Halos of light and ripples spread out from these huge stars, spreading across the entire chaotic abyss. The territory fields created by these stars also exploded, creating a series of chaotic chain reactions. At the very center of the chaotic abyss, a huge black hole that seemed capable of swallowing all things appeared. The Saint King grade high-rank starship everyone was on was rushing towards this black hole. This black hole was like the maw of a great beast, ready to swallow it whole. Sensing the aura of death, whether it was transcendents, saints, or Saint Kings, all of them realized how small and insignificant they were at this moment. In front of this black hole, no one could guarantee they would be safe. Lu Guichen shouted as he tried to command the purple star cultivator to stabilize the starship, but to no avail. So this is the real danger of the chaotic abyss. At this critical moment, Shen Tu suddenly said to Yang Kai, "No wonder no one knows about it. Once you see this kind of danger, all you can do is wait for death." Wait for death. Yang Kai glanced over at him and coldly snorted, "I won't just sit here and wait for death." "Heh heh, neither will I. Hey, isn't that Sword Union starship?" Shen Tu pointed out the window and shouted. Yang Kai looked over in that direction and was suddenly speechless. Purple Star's starship was being pulled by the black hole and was quickly rushing towards it. Sword Union starship was no exception. This starship was constantly rotating as it flew towards Yang Kai. As it rotated, the sturdy material outside the starship was constantly being peeled off and sucked into the black hole. Yang Kai estimated that the starship he was on was in the same situation. The two starships were originally fleeing in different directions, but none of them succeeded, both of them being pinned down. If things continued this way, before they were swallowed by the black hole, the two starships would collide. That kind of disaster would definitely be devastating. "Brother, I wish you good luck. I hope you can escape this disaster," Shen Tu said solemnly. Shen Tu said solemnly before immediately sitting down cross-legged. In the next moment, electricity surged from his body and wrapped around him, forming a cocoon around him. He obviously noticed that something was wrong and wanted to use his strongest defense to withstand the force of the collision in order to find a way to survive. Yang Kai didn't pay attention to him and even gave up on Wuxia, who was originally in his hand. At this time, the people from Purple Star had no time to care about him. Everyone was in danger and the situation was chaotic, so no one came to find trouble with him. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he stared intently at the Sword Union starship approaching from the side. The distance between the two starships was getting closer and closer, and just as the two starships were about to collide, Yang Kai pushed his Saint Chi to the limit. Summoning his Saint Grade top-rank Silver Leaf artifact first, Yang Kai transformed it into a silver river that wrapped around his body. At the same time, he also used his 9 Heavens divine skills. A series of grand heavenly shields appeared and surrounded Yang Kai from all directions. Chapter 997. Inside the Purple Star starship, Yang Kai wasn't stingy with his Saint Chi. He didn't know how many grand heavenly shields he had condensed, but there were at least 100 of them. The yang liquid stored in Yang Kai's dantian had also been consumed by more than 20 drops. Next, Yang Kai used his demon god transformation, filling his body with evil energy as invisible demon crests appeared on his physique, enhancing his vitality and physical defense. He had done everything he could, and the rest was up to fate. The sound of an earth-shattering collision reached Yang Kai's ears, almost tearing his eardrums apart. At the same time, he felt the Saint King Great high-rank starship tremble violently and disintegrate in an instant. Screams rang out one after another as the originally exuberant life auras were suddenly annihilated. At the moment of impact, countless Purple Star cultivator were killed or injured. Yang Kai also felt like he was a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, in danger of being overturned at any moment. The grand heavenly shields protecting him shattered one after another, filling the air with a despairing sound. More than 100 grand heavenly shields disappeared in just 2 breaths of time. Then, he saw the cartographer named Wuxia, driven by habit, fly in front of him and explode into a bloody mist, not leaving behind a corpse. Immediately afterward, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all over Yang Kai's body, as if all his bones were being crushed into dust. Xio. Fragments of the starship shot out in all directions like lightning as a huge shockwave swept out, carrying with it the power to destroy the heavens and earth. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by something and immediately lost consciousness. Inside the chaotic abyss, the 2 Saint King Great high-rank starships collided and both shattered into pieces. Sword Union's Purple Star cultivator and the debris were all swallowed up by the huge black hole, leaving no trace behind. After a long time, the chaotic territory field of the chaotic abyss gradually stabilized. As the territory field stabilized, the huge black hole in the star field also gradually shrank and disappeared. Finally, the chaotic abyss regained its calm. No one could have imagined that not long ago, 2 starships had clashed here and the cultivator on both sides had launched a desperate struggle. Yang Kai woke up slowly, and the moment he opened his eyes, he saw a 7-colored sky that was so beautiful it was as if he didn't belong to this world. Yang Kai tried to move his eyes, but was unable to perceive his own existence. His whole body was in a state of paralysis and he couldn't feel anything. Yang Kai began to move his hands and feet, trying to speed up the flow of blood in his body to ease the paralysis. Gradually, pain came from all over his body, as if he had been hit by a mountain from all directions, causing him to grimace in pain. He suddenly recalled everything that had happened to him before he fainted and panted heavily. He rejoiced at the fact that he had survived a calamity. Only then did he suddenly realize that he seemed to be in a state of weightlessness and was falling down at an extremely fast speed. Circulating his strength with great difficulty, Yang Kai straightened his body and looked around. Yang Kai's Isis Sect's origin star field, SSSS body, SS Forces star, S Yang star field domain. Yang Kite, SS This continent was extremely strange, as if it was suspended in the air, without any force supporting it. This continent was not small. Yang Kai, who was several thousand meters above the ground, estimated that it was as large as the entire Great Han country. The scenery was beautiful, lush, and filled with the fragrance of flowers. Where is this? Yang Kai frowned. He knew nothing about the star territory, all he knew was some information he had obtained while chatting with Shin Tu in the power room. However, he knew that this place was definitely not any of the stars in the chaotic abyss. This was because he had seen those stars from afar before, and none of them matched the continent below. The Purple Star starship had an accident in the chaotic abyss, colliding with the Sword Union starship, and then being swallowed by the huge black hole, so how did it end up in this floating continent? In other words, the huge black hole might be a void corridor with a teleportation effect. However, no matter how he looked at it, this place didn't look like a mysterious small world. Instead, it looked more like a strange space in the chaotic abyss. In addition to the huge island-like continent, there was a seven-colored sky in all directions, and the air was filled with rich world energy, making one feel relaxed and happy. It seemed that the rich energy of the chaotic abyss had all gathered here. Yang Kai pondered as he let himself fall. After a while, he suddenly realized that his situation was not good. He could survive that devastating disaster, so naturally, the Masters of Purple Star could as well. While he was lost in thought, a number of people woke up near him one after another, looking around blankly. Among them was the beautiful woman named Baya. Yang Kai secretly hid his body behind a piece of starship debris and began searching for Shintu's. What made him feel regretful was that he did not find Shintu, nor did he know whether he had survived the disaster or not. Up in the sky, many people set up streaks of light and began rescuing their companions who were still alive. Others took advantage of the fact that their enemies were still unconscious to send them into a deep sleep forever. In some places, small-scale battles had already broken out. The people of Purple Star and Sword Union had all fallen into the same place, so naturally, they would not get along well. Yang Kai took advantage of this opportunity to sneak away, trying to get as far away as possible from this place as possible. But as soon as his figure was exposed, a flustered and exasperated shout rang out in his ear, "Little bastard, where do you think you're going?" The first thing Baya did when she opened her eyes was to look for Yang Kai. Because of Yang Kai, she was blamed by Lu Guichin and suffered a divine sense attack from him, almost leaving behind some internal injuries. She hated Yang Kai to the bone. As soon as Yang Kai made a move, she noticed it. As she spoke, a dragon bone whip suddenly appeared in Qian Jade's hand. This dragon bone whip was obviously of extraordinary grade, like an azure dragon emerging from its lair. In the next instant, the figure of a giant dragon appeared in the air and a series of indestructible wind blades shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai had no intention of being entangled with her and simply sent out a palm strike towards the dragon bone whip, using the rebound force to quickly fly downwards. Humph! A cold snort suddenly sounded nearby and Yang Kai paled. Turning his head, he found that the Saint King Realm Master named Lu Guichin had at some point appeared beside him. He stared at Yang Kai indifferently and ruthlessly, as if he was looking at an ant, then stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Yang Kai. Lu Guichen's movements were not fast, but Yang Kai found that in front of him, he actually felt an irresistible sense of defeat, as if this man only needed to send out a single divine sense to destroy his mind. Yang Kai was horrified. The next moment, Lu Guichin caught Yang Kai in his hand and asked coldly, "Where is Grandmaster Wuxia?" Before the starship's accident, the closest person to Grandmaster Wuxia was Yang Kai. Lu Guichin had only taken the initiative to find Yang Kai because he wanted to ask about Wuxia. Otherwise, with his status and strength, how could he lower himself like this? He's dead. Although he had already guessed this, when he heard Yang Kai's answer, Lu Guichen's expression still darkened. Now that their Purple Star cultivator was trapped in this place, their only hope was a chart master, because only a chart master had the most knowledge of the star territory and was most likely to find a way out. As such, Lu Guichin lost interest in Yang Kai and tossed him to Baya. "If something goes wrong this time, you'll have to end your own life." Lu Guichin coldly snorted. "Master can rest assured, I will definitely suck his blood essence dry and let him die without a burial." Baya ground her teeth, her beautiful face filled with a crazed light, like a viper or a scorpion. Saying so, her beautiful eyes glared towards Yang Kai, as if she couldn't wait to suck Yang Kai dry right now. Yang Kai wore a bitter expression and didn't say a word. He couldn't use his strength at this moment. He didn't know what Lu Guiqin had done to him, but he couldn't use his strength at all. Yang Kai's physical strength was just a bit stronger, but he wasn't Bai Ye's opponent at all. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai clearly realized the huge gap between the Saint King realm and the Saint realm. Moreover, this Lu Guiqin wasn't an ordinary Saint King. In this realm, he must have extremely high attainments, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to capture Yang Kai so easily. Bai Ye grabbed Yang Kai and didn't pay any attention to the others, flying all the way down and landing on the floating continent a short time later. She took a deep breath of the fresh air of this continent, enjoying the joy of surviving a calamity as well as the palpitations of escaping death, her full breasts heaving up and down in an exaggerated manner. Her dress was also quite bold and unrestrained, the lapels of her robes were wide open, revealing a large expanse of tender white skin and charming cleavage. "Why don't we discuss this?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Little brat, don't waste your breath," Bai Ye sneered. "No matter what, you won't be able to escape this time, I'll definitely eat you up." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and motioned to the front. "Those from Sword Union who are still alive have also come down. You'll probably have to fight soon, so I'll help you kill them, but you won't touch me, how about it?" "When did I touch you?" Bai Ye seemed to become angry out of shame as she swept her eyes over him disdainfully. "Besides, you're just a first-order saint, who can you kill? Why don't you take a look at yourself first?" "I killed Kumeng," Yang Kai said lightly. Bai Ye couldn't help curling her lips as she stared at him in shock. Kumeng was too careless, wasn't he? She obviously believed that the reason Kumeng was killed by Yang Kai was because he was too careless, not because Yang Kai was skilled enough to kill him. "No matter what, I won't believe you." "This old lady has never been deceived by a man before, you're the first." Bai Ye sneered. "So, when the situation stabilizes, elder sister will take good care of you, I won't let you down." She grit her teeth as she spoke, seemingly holding a grudge. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped talking nonsense with her, instead beginning to examine his own condition. Chapter 998. After a quick investigation, Yang Kai was surprised to find that he wasn't seriously injured. Because his bones had been fused with the unyielding golden skeleton of the great demon god, they were exceptionally strong, so he hadn't suffered any damage in the disaster just now. Only his 5 viscera and 6 organs had been displaced and there were many bruises and scars all over his body. These were all minor injuries, and with Yang Kai's current restorative ability, he didn't even need to take any pills and would be fully healed in half a day. The only problem was the seal Lu Guiqin had placed on him. The yuan qi in his meridians seemed to have been shackled and couldn't flow freely, but his spiritual energy wasn't affected. It was probably because Lu Guiqin felt that Yang Kai's strength was too low and wasn't worthy of being treated seriously. This gave Yang Kai a glimmer of hope. If he could use his spiritual energy, he could find an opportunity to escape. He wasn't afraid of Bai Ye, what he feared was a Saint King realm master like Lu Guiqin. When he was looking down from the sky just now, Yang Kai knew that this continent wasn't very large, so if he couldn't escape without leaving a trace, once they started searching, there would be no place for him to hide. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai made a decision in his heart. Next, he immersed his consciousness into his knowledge sea. As soon as he entered his knowledge sea, Yang Kai's soul avatar was stunned. This was because he had discovered that balls of divine soul energy had appeared in his sea of consciousness at an unknown time. Roughly counting, there were at least 40 to 50 balls of divine soul energy, and the energy contained within them varied in strength. Yang Kai was stunned. Then he suddenly realized that these spiritual energy masses should have been left behind by the cultivator who had died beside him during the disaster. The demon eye of annihilation not only could purify the souls of others, but it could also autonomously draw in the spiritual energy left behind by others after they died. These things must have been drawn into his knowledge sea by the demon eye of annihilation while he was unconscious. This was really an unexpected gain. There wasn't enough time, so Yang Kai didn't carefully investigate the spiritual energy masses suspended above his knowledge sea, only giving them a cursory examination. Most of these spiritual energy masses belonged to a Saint Realm cultivator, but among them, Yang Kai actually found a mass of spiritual energy that belonged to a Saint King Realm master. Yang Kai couldn't help paling. Even a Saint King Realm master didn't survive that disaster, so it was obvious just how destructive the collision of the two starships had been when they were swallowed by the black hole. Those who were still alive today should be grateful that their luck was not as bad as this Saint King Realm master. Baiya's soul avatar. Spiritual energy masses of these spiritual energy masses, so he could only wait and wait until he had an opportunity to absorb them later. The comprehension of the heavenly way and martial Tao of a Saint King Realm cultivator was something Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing. When Yang Kai avatar's avatar Yang Kai, he's TSS Star, and ZSSS Purple Star's cultivator and Sword Union's cultivator were entangled in groups of 3 or 4. None of them had yet to recover from the disaster and were now venting their anger on the other side, fighting to the bitter end. Lu Guichin was also entangled by a dignified and mature beautiful woman. This beautiful woman exuded a noble and graceful aura, but her strength was surprisingly high, not inferior to Lu Guichin in the slightest. She held a square sword box in her hand, and from this sword box shot out a series of powerful rainbow lights towards Lu Guichin. These rainbow lights flickered in and out, varying in length and shape. Clearly, they were all high-grade sword artifacts. Lu Guichin didn't dare show the slightest carelessness when facing this beautiful woman. Wearing a set of golden armor, he held a short spear in his hand. This short spear exuded a strong energy fluctuation, giving him the appearance of a powerful general. Golden light danced in the air and clashed with the incoming swords. The two sides fought mid-air, exchanging blows back and forth, creating a lively scene. All the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator stayed far away from the battlefield, fearing they would be caught up in it. Yang Kai's eyes wandered around the battlefield, trying to find an opportunity to escape. While looking around, he turned to Baiya and asked, "They're really fighting, don't you need to help?" Baiya glanced over at him and giggled, "You want to find a chance to escape? My strength has been sealed, where can I run to? Don't worry, just go fight, I'll wait here for you. A woman like you, I also want to taste what it's like." "Is that so?" Baiya's face suddenly glowed, becoming even more alluring, her red lips quivering slightly as her breasts rippled like a mountain, creating a mesmerizing wave that would make anyone who looked at her feel intoxicated, leaving no doubt that there was an amazing elasticity hidden in her body. Her smile disappeared as she stared coldly at Yang Kai. "Don't waste your time, I won't give you a chance. I'd rather watch the battle from here than let you escape. Why bother?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, feeling helpless. Baiya had made up her mind not to relax her surveillance of him, so there was nothing he could do. At that moment, two beautiful white figures suddenly flew past in front of them, seemingly chasing a Purple Star cultivator. When they passed by Yang Kai and Baiya, a soft voice called out. Immediately, the two of them stopped at the same time and turned to look at Yang Kai in amazement. The older woman showed a look of pleasant surprise. "How come it's you?" "It's you." Yang Kai raised his brow. These two women were none other than the first group of cultivators he had encountered when he arrived in Star Territory, He Zhao and He Miao of Sword Union. Seeing them, the corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. He suddenly discovered that the situation was not as bad as he had imagined. "You're here. So, Sword Union's people found you?" Yang Kai asked casually. "And?" He nodded heavily and said cheerfully, "Not long after we separated from you, Master brought some people to find us, but those Purple Star people were too hateful and kept chasing after us. As a result, all of us ended up here, yet they still wanted to fight, so we decided to accompany them to the end." "Why are you here?" Hizeo was much more mature and quickly noticed that something was wrong. Yang Kai was standing next to a Purple Star cultivator, and although there were no signs of abuse, his strength was obviously sealed. He was under the control of his opponent. The Purple Star woman, on the other hand, was secretly circulating her strength as if she could attack at any time. "It's a long story." Yang Kai coughed dryly. "You wouldn't be this slut's gigolo, right?" He covered her mouth and exclaimed, a look of disbelief filling her pretty face as her expression became ambiguous and disgusted. Yang Kai was stunned, not having expected to actually recognize Bai Ye. Only now did he understand that Shintu's claim that Bai Ye's beauty was well known was not an exaggeration. "Little girl, you really have no manners." Bai Ye's beautiful eyes flashed a cold light. He calling her a slut obviously angered her. "Didn't your parents teach you how to treat others with courtesy? Bah, who in Star Territory doesn't know about your affairs, yet you still have the nerve to talk about manners? Do you have any manners at all?" He snorted as she waved the long sword in her hand, drawing a sword flower as she shouted, "Elder sister, let's not waste words with him, let's go." Hizeo didn't say a word, gently nodding as she signaled to Yang Kai with her eyes. Together with her younger sister, the two of them covered their tender bodies in sword light and rushed forward. Before they even arrived, a biting cold sword chi swept out like a cold winter wind, causing the ground to crack as a series of sword scars appeared. Bai Ye shouted and lashed out with her dragon bone whip, summoning the phantom of an azure dragon that opened its bloody maw towards the two sisters. At the same time, a series of wind blades were sent towards Hizeo and Himiao's delicate necks. The three figures were instantly entangled together. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai quickly escaped. Bai Ye was just a third-order saint. Hizeo was also in the same realm, and although Himiao was slightly weaker, she was still a second-order saint. With the two sisters working together, Bai Ye would definitely not be able to win. As such, he wasn't worried about the safety of Hizeo and Himiao at all. Right now, Yang Kai's main concern was to escape as quickly as possible. Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast, and although he couldn't use his Saint Chi, the strength of his physique allowed him to escape from the chaotic battlefield in just a few breaths. Finding a secluded place, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and vigilantly tried to circulate the Saint Chi in his body to resolve the seal Lu Gui Qin had placed on him. The battle between the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator continued. Both sides had a deep hatred for each other and neither was willing to back down. More and more cultivators were being killed, their corpses strewn across the battlefield. Yang Kai just stood on the sidelines and stayed out of this. Fortunately, no one came to find trouble with him. Suddenly, his eyes turned towards a certain direction and a strange look appeared on his face. There, a gray-haired old man in a blue robe was searching for something. He was indifferent to everything around him and was simply searching the area where the starship fragments had fallen. From time to time, he would pick up a piece of the starship fragment from the ground and knock it with his hand, nodding with satisfaction. The ring on his finger flashed and he put it away into his space ring. After a short while, he had collected several dozen pieces of the starship. These pieces were of different sizes, but all of them were of good quality. To be able to survive such a disaster, these materials were at least refined from Saint King grade high rank ores. As he picked up the starship fragments, he would occasionally mutter to himself and laugh a few times, seemingly very satisfied. Such a strange person shuttling through the chaotic battlefield naturally attracted the attention of many people. However, young Kai was surprised to find that whether it was the cultivator from Purple Star or the cultivator from Sword Union, they all wanted to find trouble with him. No matter who approached within 10 meters of him, they would be pushed back by an invisible force. The cultivator who had gone to find trouble with him immediately realized that this old man was not to be trifled with and quickly retreated, no longer daring to approach him. As such, young Kai continued to collect the starship fragments peacefully. The strange behavior of this old man finally attracted the attention of the real masters. Lu Guichin and the beautiful woman from Sword Union, who were fighting in the sky, retreated at the same time, opening up some distance between them, exchanging glances with each other while paying close attention to the old man below. Chapter 999. This strange old man gave Lu Guichin and the beautiful woman from Sword Union an unusual feeling, so although the two of them had stopped fighting, they were still silently paying attention to this old man. Yushi, you and I are old acquaintances, we both know that neither of us can do anything to the other. How about we end today's battle here? I think whether it's your people or mine, both of them need to recover. Lu Guichin crossed his hands behind his back and said to the beautiful woman from Sword Union. The beautiful woman named Yushi hesitated for a moment before gently nodding. Good. I knew you'd be easy to talk to. Lu Guichin laughed, taking the lead to put away his golden armor and his short spear, frowning as he said, Yushi, I have a question I have to ask. If you have something to say, then say it. Yushi's pretty face showed a trace of impatience, her tone also quite impolite. Lu Guichin curled his lips disdainfully, stretching out his hand and pointing down. Is this old man from your Sword Union? Why haven't I seen him before? When he asked this, Yushi's expression suddenly became strange as she asked suspiciously, He's not one of your people. Lu Guichin was startled and slowly shook his head. The two of them looked at each other and suddenly their eyes lit up, shouting at the same time, there was someone here before. As soon as these words fell, the two of them turned into streaks of light and rushed towards the old man who was picking up the debris of the starship below. Where this place was and what kind of dangers lurked, neither Lu Guichin nor Yushi knew. But at this moment, right under their noses, a native had suddenly appeared. They naturally wanted to gain the upper hand by making the first move. They wanted to snatch this old man and get the information here before the other party. In this kind of unknown place, if they had enough information, they might be able to gain an absolute advantage. This was something they knew better than anyone else. As such, without saying a word, the two of them attacked simultaneously. The auras of two Saint King Realm Masters spread out in all directions, far stronger than when they were fighting just now. Both of them revealed an aura that indicated they were determined to win. Lu Guichin and Yushi had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. Their strength was roughly equal, so the two of them rushed up to the old man almost at the same time, each of them grabbing one of the old man's arms and staring at each other, neither willing to back down. The old man had just picked up a piece of starship debris, but before he could put it into his space ring, he was suddenly struck dumb and his body stiffened in place, unable to move. Then, his expression became strange as a look of interest appeared on his face. While the two Saint King Realm Masters were confronting each other, young Kai casually put the starship fragment into his space ring. This strange action stunned Lu Guichin and Yushi at the same time, but in the next moment, they realized that something was wrong. This old man was either a madman or a very capable person who didn't care about the two of them at all. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. The latter was more likely. As such, Lu Guichin and Yushi both let go, wanting to get away from this strange old man. However, at that moment, a crazy suction force suddenly emerged from the old man's body, and it was as if his body had turned into a swamp that Lu Guichin and Yushi were unable to extricate themselves from. In the next moment, the two of them felt their Saint Qi rapidly drain and pour into the old man's body. The two of them were horrified, and Yushi even screamed. As the strength of the two of them was absorbed, the old man's complexion became more and more ruddy, as if he had been greatly nourished. Even his white hair gradually became glossy and dark. The old man grinned towards the two of them silently and mysteriously. Only then did an extremely dangerous aura emerge from the old man's body. As this aura spread out, everyone couldn't help shivering and stopping what they were doing. Everyone seemed to hear the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling in their ears as a cold wind blew. This old man's aura alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they had fallen into the 9 hells of purgatory, experiencing a mental torture worse than death. You two little things are looking down on people too much. This old man hasn't seen such a lively scene for many years. This time, I'll spare your lives. If you dare to do it again, I'll definitely make your soul scatter. The old man laughed maliciously. His body shook, and an incomparably huge impact burst out from his body. Lu Guichin and Yushi both screamed as they were sent flying backwards, like kites whose strings had been cut, coughing up a mouthful of blood as they flew through the air, their expressions becoming sluggish and dispirited. Being crazily absorbed by the old man, they almost died on the spot. Steadying themselves, they turned to look at the old man again, their eyes filled with horror. Yang Kai's eyes also trembled violently, almost unable to believe what he was seeing. Lu Guichen's heaven-defying cultivation was something he had personally experienced. In front of Lu Guichin, he had no room to resist at all. Lu Guichin was at least a second-order Saint King, possibly even a third-order Saint King. But such a master in front of this strange old man was no different from a 3-year-old child. What kind of cultivation did this old man have? Yang Kai couldn't even begin to imagine. Right, it's rare for so many people to come here. Tell your people to stop fighting. If one of them dies, it'll soon be deserted again, the old man thought for a moment before suddenly ordering. Lu Guichin and Yushi stared at him blankly for a moment before nodding quickly. We'll obey senior's instructions. After witnessing the strength of this old man, they no longer dared to act rashly. This was because they all knew that if this old man wanted to, he could easily kill everyone here. His strength was not something they could resist. Even if you die, you can't let it go to waste, I'll let you in. The old man seemed to be muttering to himself. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black flag suddenly appeared. This flag exuded a gloomy aura, and many illusory figures of people and beasts could be vaguely seen surging within it. These figures were clearly soul avatars, and each one of them was incomparably powerful, causing one's heart to palpitate. All of them were bound to this flag and seemed to have lost their consciousness, turning into bloodthirsty and cruel resentful spirits. As the flag fluttered in the wind, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling filled the air. A series of translucent soul avatars emerged from the bodies of the dead cultivator, and as if they were being summoned, they all rushed towards the flag. A short time later, the black flag had accepted 30 to 40 cultivators' soul avatars. As if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, ripples began to appear on the surface of the black flag. The resentful spirits that had been bound to it began to surge madly, competing to devour the new soul avatars that had just entered. The sound of chewing was incessant, directly reaching one's soul. In the blink of an eye, the several dozen soul avatars belonging to the Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator were completely devoured, as if they had never existed. The gloomy aura emanating from the black flag thickened a little. "If you dare to cause trouble again, I'll take you all in." The old man looked around with a sinister smile and put away the black flag. Everyone's face was pale, and no one dared to answer. After witnessing the scene just now, how could they dare to act rashly? After death, even one's soul would be devoured. This was even more terrifying than death. So, everyone became obedient and restrained their strength. Find a place to live and familiarize yourself with the environment first. And I have to tell you that there is no danger here, and there are plenty of resources and world energy, very suitable for cultivation. Do not approach within 50 kilometers of that mountain. That is where this old master lives, and anyone who dares to approach will have to bear the consequences. The old man then pointed at a nearby mountain peak and spoke endlessly as if he hadn't spoken for many years. Only then did he float away and disappear in the blink of an eye. Even after he left for a long time, no one dared to make any moves. Everyone was frozen in place. Everyone's hearts were beating violently, and people were constantly swallowing their saliva. Lu Guichin and Yushi stared at each other from a great distance, speechless for a while. Immediately, they took out pills and stuffed them into their mouths before taking out saint crystals and beginning to restore their strength. After an hour, the two of them stood up one after the other. It wasn't until they moved that the surviving Purple Star and Sword Union cultivator dared to breathe and gather around the two of them. "Yongkai, Yongkai." Not far away, a voice called out. Yongkai looked up and saw He Miao waving at him with a pale face. Yongkai stood up and walked over to them. A few dozen meters away, Baiya grit her teeth and glared towards him hatefully, but she didn't dare to make any move to stop him. That old man had said that if anyone dared to cause trouble again, he would take their soul avatar into the black flag. Baiya didn't dare provoke that old man. "Many thanks." Yongkai walked over to Hizeo and He Miao and sincerely thanked them. If it weren't for them restraining Baiya just now, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape and wait for that old man to show his power. "No need," Hizeo shook her head, "we owe you." "Who was that old man?" "He scared me to death just now." He Miao patted her chest, a look of lingering fear on her face. "Master should have noticed something." Hizeo looked at the beautiful woman Yushi thoughtfully. In any case, with his words, Purple Star's people won't dare act recklessly, so this place is safe for the time being. "Yongkai, is your strength sealed?" "En." "That Lu Guichin must have done something to it." Yongkai nodded. "Come with me, I'll take you to see Master and ask him to help you lift the seal on your body." "I'll have to trouble you too." Yongkai's eyes lit up. "No need to be so polite." He Miao giggled, finally recovering some of her spirit. "If you hadn't given me and my elder sister some restorative pills before, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until Master came to save us. We still owe you our lives." "Small matter." Kai Yang faintly nodded his head, neither warm nor cold, just like how he would treat a stranger he had met by chance. Following Hizeo and He Miao towards the place where the Sword Union people were gathered, Yang Kai soon arrived in front of the beautiful woman Yushi. "You're tuning into the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."